successfully finished our inaugural and we're kickstarting a session that's going to be full of knowledge and networking. Are you ready for it? Are you ready for it? Thank you. Thank you so much. I kindly request everyone before we begin to ensure you put your mobile phones on a silent mode or a vibration mode in order you have the greatest experience and it does not disturb the people around you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Once again, a very, very warm welcome to all the students, the business owners, entrepreneurs, and speaker who's here today. Indeed, we take this opportunity to thank you for gracing this occasion and sharing your valuable knowledge and passing it to our next generation. Today, I'm going to be your host, and this is Miss Monisha here this side. Can you imagine a life without technology? Every day we live with it. And today, the new word AI has taken it all over. And today, we're going to go deep dive on it. Today, our first panel discussion is going to be on AI for today's business transformation. I take the pleasure in welcoming our speakers for the day, followed by our moderator. First and foremost, I would like to welcome Mr. Ganesh Kalyanaraman from SVP Cognizant. Can we have a huge round of applause to welcome the gentleman? He is a strategic leader driving digital transformation and innovation. With a wealth of experience in technology consulting, he spearheads the initiative to enhance the client value and operational excellence. Mr. Kalyanaraman's expertise ensures Cognizant remains at the forefront of delivering cutting-edge solutions in evolving digital landscape. A very warm welcome, sir. Kindly make yourself comfortable. Now I take the pleasure in welcoming Mr. Anand N.S., who is a VP of Revenue Management and Growth of Zoho Corporation. Come on, audience. I think we are large in number. I think we can all build more energy. A very warm welcome, Mr. Anand. Anand, Revenue Management and Growth at Zoho Corporation, orchestrates the strategy to optimize revenue and foster sustainable growth. With a keen business acumen and innovative mindset, he drives initiatives to maximize profitability while nurturing the customer relationship. Anand's leadership ensures Zoho's continued success in delivering value-driven solutions to the business worldwide. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And now I take the pleasure in welcoming our moderator, Mr. Sunil David from Flamenco Tech. Can we have a huge round of applause to welcome Mr. Sunil David? Sunil David, known for Flamenco Tech, is a prominent figure in the tech industry. With a passion for cybersecurity and digital innovation, he inspires through his expertise in data privacy and emerging technologies. Sunil's dynamic approach to technology challenges and conventional boundaries, driving transformation solution and shaping the future of digital security. So let's hear it, and the stage is all yours. Can we have the hand mics handed over to our speaker and our moderator, please?
Thank you. Thank you so much for that introduction, and good morning to all of you. Good morning. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for Umagine for inviting me to moderate this panel discussion on a very, very relevant and contextual topic, AI for today's business transformation. As was said, AI is kind of pervading all our lives today, right? They call it the decade today, and we can definitely say this is the decade of AI. Yesterday, NVIDIA, I'm sure you would have heard of NVIDIA, the largest GPU manufacturer. Their stock price shot up by almost 16% odd. Their market cap yesterday touched almost $270 billion odd. And they are almost at 2 trillion in terms of overall market cap, just shy of Aramco, which is at 2.1 trillion. And friends, why did that happen? The reason being that they had given their forecast for this year, and their forecast was 2 billion more than what the analysts expected because of the growth in AI that they are anticipating this year, right? Just 2 days back, NASSCOM and BCG, I was at the NASSCOM tech conference which happened in Mumbai, and NASSCOM and BCG came up with this report. And as per this report, they are anticipating that the global AI market over the next 4 years or 3 years will grow at a CAGR of 25 to 35% and hit anywhere between 320 to 380 billion dollars. 320 to 380 billion dollars is what their forecast is over the next 3 years. And what is very interesting and very heartening to note is that India is also going to mirror the global growth. So they are anticipating India also to grow at 25 to 35%, and it can be anywhere be between 17 to 22 billion dollars. So that is what the anticipation is. Last year, the spend on AI, again as per the same NASSCOM BCG report, was around $83 billion. And of that, almost $42 billion was attributed to data analytics. And GenAI, and not surprising, $23 billion. And what was also very interesting about the report is that the demand for AI talent, and we have seen that India is growing at 15% in terms of talent that India is generating. India grew 15% in terms of talent that they generated. So we have also the highest AI skills penetration as per the same report. Now, we just heard the minister talk about Tamil Nadu's aim to hit a 1 trillion economy in the next 5 years, right? Now, if you just, before I get to Tamil Nadu, if you just look at India, we've set our target of hitting a 5 trillion economy in the next 2 to 3 years. And in order for India to hit hit a 5 trillion economy, the digital economy has to contribute at least 20%. So we have set a target of hitting a 1 trillion digital economy. Now, what is in it for Tamil Nadu? Now, if Tamil Nadu has to hit 1 trillion in the next 5 to 6 years, the digital economy definitely has to hit 20% or more. So we should hit 200 billion or more, right? Now, how will that happen? And AI is going to be a big growth driver. AI is definitely going to contribute significantly to the overall digital economy. Now, if you just look at how industries have adopted AI in India and even in Tamil Nadu, we have seen pockets of adoption in manufacturing, healthcare, banking, financial services, retail, and so on. But I think what is very clear is that while we have seen adoption picking up, we haven't seen large-scale deployment. Projects started to move to production, haven't seen scale. Would you agree, Ganesh?
Totally. Yep.
They have to scale up.
Yep.
And that's when organizations will realize lots more value from their AI investments. And then if you just look at the SME segment, because the SME segment, they contribute almost 30% to India's GDP, right? Contributing almost 40% to manufacturing output, exporting significantly to overseas markets. If you see the adoption of tech within SMEs, I think we still have a long way to go. Many of them have not even started their journey. Those who have started haven't progressed to the extent they would like to, right? So there is tremendous opportunity for multiple stakeholders, right? There's a lot of opportunity for tech solution providers to really take advantage, right? Because what is very clear is that if industries don't adopt digital, if they're not going to start progressing on their analytics journey, on the data journey, and eventually start using AI, I think forget about growth, even survival is going to be a challenge, right? So while industry is definitely seeing this opportunity, it's also opening opportunities for startups, right? There are, more than 3,000 to 4,000 AI startups in India. And what is also nice to see is that this whole collaboration that is happening between industry, startups, and not to forget the academia. And talking of academia, just this morning I was just reading that IIT Madras, they launched a startup GPT. So any startup founder, if you go to that tool, they can get pretty much any information about any startup in India, right? So it's nice to see even the academia now closely collaborating with industry. And obviously you need government incentives, you need the enabling infrastructure. And please understand that AI, while it is good for business growth, AI is always going to be a part of any solution. So while we are going to see AI growth, the enabling infrastructure also has to grow. For example, if you really want to power AI applications, you need data center infrastructure. And thanks to incentives that the government offered 2 years back, data center was given infrastructure status, which means those companies who want to set up data centers would now get concessional financing. And we have seen pretty much the big conglomerates now wanting to get in the data center space. We have about 150 odd data centers in India. That will grow to 200 or 250 over the next 2 years. Reliance Industries, Adani Group, they have announced ventures where they're going to invest significantly in data centers. Pretty much every hyperscale provider are now growing their cloud nodes in India, right? So data center infrastructure is mandatory. 5G, and being from the telecom industry, I can't but tell you that if you really need to power all this very extensive infrastructure where you're going to run all these applications of AI, you need very good quality networks, right? And how will data get generated? You need massive sensorization, right? I was heading the IoT business of AT&T a few years back before I embarked on my independent journey. And we have just kind of scratched the surface today when you look at IoT adoption in India. Imagine when you have billions of assets generating data, the amount of data that is going to be generated is going to be huge, and you need the data center infrastructure. That's where your AI is definitely going to play a big part, right? So having set this context, let me now move to the panel discussion. And I'm going to start by getting Ganesh from Cognizant first into the discussion. And Ganesh, thank you so much for joining this panel. Cognizant, yeah, that's okay. Yeah. Cognizant, huge focus from Cognizant as far as AI is concerned. You started to integrate a lot of AI into your offerings, service lines. Now you're taking all the solutions to your enterprise customers. Can you share examples? Can you share examples of how an enterprise has been positively impacted by leveraging the power of AI, and anything that can apply to Indian enterprise, because Indian enterprise is a different beast altogether, right? So can you share some examples?
No, absolutely. Thanks a lot, Sunil, and happy to be with you and Anand here, and thanks to Umagine team and NASSCOM for organizing this. Let me first set the context. AI is something, and Gen AI, we've been talking hardly for last 4 quarters. Yes, it started as an hype, but it has come to reality. So if you think it's still an hype, take it out of your mind. It has been part of all boardroom discussions, including academia's boardroom, not just business, right? That is something I want to set the context. Number 2, we should feel proud because India was in a cusp of, will we take the digital transformation wave? Will we be equivalent to some of the world majors? But we believe this particular wave on Gen AI, India will dominate because everybody can learn quickly and it is an equalizer. One of the things we believe in Cognizant is this is an equalizer. A smart coder is always a smart coder. But if somebody is average, this is going to make that person also a smart coder. So that is a beautiful thing. And India has the most number of intelligent brains because of our education system, right? That's something you need to keep it in back of your mind that we are going to dominate this world, and that 5 trillion at an India level or a 1 trillion in Tamil Nadu is not something a dream. It's actually a true vision that can follow with actions, and we will achieve that. If you really take what is AI, it doesn't just come like that, right? I'll write an algorithm, run it on a database, you'll get it. There are 3 principles I'm going to talk about here, which is underlying behind that. Number 1, the data modernization. If you take any big organization, they have a lot of data, but nobody knows where all the data is because they have acquired, they have grown, they are global, all those things. The basic is data modernization, right? That is the first principle I'm going to talk about. The second one, how do you harness the power of AI, right? We'll come to Gen AI in a bit. The third one is responsive AI. In fact, I was talking to my colleague Alankar in the morning. As I landed, he was saying one of the things is, how do we bring humanity to AI? And in NTLF, in NASSCOM event, we were talking about how AI can be a little more conscious, right? There are a lot of these discussions going on. So we'll take these 3 and talk a little more detail. The data modernization. Many clients are suffering to create their system of records. Yeah, they are in sporadic systems, multiple databases, multiple versions and technologies. So what they are doing is they are first investing a lot of time to create that system of records. Then they can run and make it as a system of intelligence. If you don't have proper data, your AI is as good as your data is, right? You can have one of the world's best algorithm, but the output is going to be nothing, right? So that is one thing many organizations like us are embarking on, and we are making it a platform. In fact, we launched a platform a year back called Data Intelligence Platform, where we can go to a client, understand their system environment, and start using this platform and bringing the data together. That can be on-prem or on cloud, doesn't matter. But this is a big investment that the clients are looking for. For all these, the fundamental thing is understanding the functional knowledge of the client. Again, this is something I always tell when I go to academias is technology will come and go. Believe me, earlier days, when I started this career, it used to be 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, 10 years. Today, it's 7 months or 8 months, right? Either it's next version or it's totally gone. So you can learn that, and we are one of the best in that. But what is critical is understand the value of the data. What does each and every data element in their entity means to that? The second, applicability of this is in every industry. Believe me, there is no industry that we can say we don't need a data harmonization or we don't need an AI. Every industry. And what we have done is we are working with a lot of global financial services, retail clients to really create that system of records and derive value. And one of the banks that we did, they got an operational efficiency of 30 to 60% depending on the departments we are talking. That's significant. And they were able to make decisions on loans, on identify frauds very quickly and save multi-billion dollars for their organization. If you come to the Indian context, obviously I can't reveal the client names. We have taken the wave ahead for in the financial services and the insurance segment, and also the some of the stock exchanges out there in India, where fraud is the #1 priority. They want to arrest that. They want to arrest the finance leakage. They want to profile the customer. All those things we are doing that. So this is something, a wave that started, I would say, for 2 years back. And now over has taken that wave ahead. They can use AI at scale and take it up. Second part, how can we really harness the value of the AI? First, we need to understand how I'm going to use it. Is it to control my cost, increase my revenue, or improve my customer satisfaction? You need to have that definition in a very clear place. Then you need to really see how we can take that to the next level with partners or startups or boutique organizations. Because today, even as a delivery head in Cognizant, I can't go and say I can do everything for you, client. Because there is no organization like that who can do it. We need partners. We need ecosystem players out there. So what we are all doing is we are creating platforms. One, we launched a Cognizant Neuro AI platform almost 15 months back. What it helps an organization is to really institutionalize, and to Sunil's point, take that processes of AI behind it to enterprise level. See, every business user does his own AI or IT user does it. But if you want to really harness the value and also combine that with Gen AI, you need to take it enterprise-wide. So this platform helps you. The second platform we launched recently 2 quarters back was lot of product development, lot of platform development. Every business unit within the client develops on its own methodology. There is no standardization. There is no documentation. Plus, the cyber security threats are out there. So this platform enables the client right from requirements grooming to build, to in-sprint testing, to vulnerability testing, then UAT, and then launch it with documentation. So it reduces the entire life cycle effort anywhere between 25 to 40%. And that is what we are looking at. I know one question will evolve. Will there be human that will be eliminated in the process? I will simply say there is no fear of losing all the jobs. But the fear of assessing myself whether I'm relevant to the industry today or not has to go up. If I'm not relevant, I'm not going to be there in this role maybe 6 months down the line. That relevance depends on which role you're playing as a technologist, developer, tester. You have to keep learning. We have to keep learning. That is exactly what you need to do. Then the third part is the responsive AI. That's honestly a scariest part, right? If you really say I'm going to implement AI, it's not like bringing an SAP or a Salesforce and implementing it. If you're bringing an AI, the entire boardroom should be scared because of data privacy issues, regulatory requirements in various industry, local GDPR requirements in Europe and those kind of places, and sometimes politics. Because I don't know how many of you have heard the name word hallucination in AI. Can you raise your hand? You know who can control the hallucination? Hallucination is nothing but assuming something and developing something. But you know who can fix that? It's a human intervention in the AI process. That's the human intervention. So basically, you are upskilling yourself to the next level. For that, what is vital to understand the business process of the client, right? And the other beautiful thing is what we have done with Cognizant is we have taken our environmental social governance to the next level with AI. We have now tied up with an organization called Tidal. It's a Google company which has 900 terabytes of ocean data, underwater data, and they have created, using this Tidal AI platform, 8 billion scenarios based on this operational visualization that they have done. Create the magic they can do and how they can improve the ocean life. We are all talking about climate changes. You know where it starts? It starts from the ocean. Yeah, we talk about carbon emission. Everything is good above the earth. But there is a below the earth, lot is happening with the ocean that this organization is studying. And now we are taking that to the next level where we are going to institutionalize this across the aquaculture market and really make it a mainstream. So if you really peel the onion, a magic has happened. Is it easily learnable? Yes, we can learn. But can I easily adopt? But you can adopt only with the knowledge. That knowledge is not just the technology knowledge. You need to have the business knowledge. Hope that gives the context. And last but not the least, please wake up. Unfortunately, I think into the pandemic, little out of pandemic, we slept a lot. We didn't realize the industry has gone ahead of us too much. Northern Europe is catching up, but they don't have the volume. India still have the edge, and we need to drive that edge.
Yeah, thank you, Ganesh. I think you touched upon quite a few points. One, thank you for sharing that example of what you did for the banking customer. I think what is important is AI to have business impact. And you shared some of the KPIs that were achieved after implementing AI. And you touched upon a very important dimension, Ganesh. That was the human aspect. Because see, while we have AI capacity, we still need that human capability. Right? When you merge these two together, I think the impact is going to be even more powerful. And also thank you for touching upon the fact that how AI can help in sustainability.
Absolutely.
Because that's a big challenge today. Climate change is a big issue. Last year was supposed to be the hottest year ever recorded, right? And tech can be used for various use cases, right?
Exactly.
Energy optimization, managing your water, waste, and so on. But thanks so much for that.
Thank you.
Let me get Anand into the discussion. And Anand, while I was researching about Zoho, what caught my attention was the statement on the first page of a website, which says business software is our craft. You're calling it as a craft. So can you share how AI is being integrated and crafted into some of your offerings around CRM, books, mail, and desk? And how is it providing better business outcomes for your enterprise customers, including in India?
Thanks, David. And first of all, a huge thanks on behalf of Zoho for inviting us to be part of this very prestigious event. The big thanks to Umagine team, the government of Tamil Nadu. At the outset, I would like to say how Zoho looks at AI. Okay, so for us, we call it as AI plus BI is equal to CI. Okay, AI is artificial intelligence, which sits on top of business intelligence beautifully, but effectively giving you a contextual intelligence. Contextual intelligence is where the power of AI can be nurtured. And what we see now is, as Ganesh beautifully put it, the rubber has hit the road. Okay, now it's no more a hype, it's a reality. We start to see businesses who are able to take the power of AI and use it well have actually gone leaps and bounds ahead in terms of innovation, in terms of customer centricity, customer satisfaction, employee satisfaction. So there are multiple dimensions. So how do we look at AI and its impact for our customers in India? One major thing that we see is, the GPT is a recent thing, but Zoho has been working on AI, like most organizations, for the past maybe 7-8 years, right? So what started out as an optical character recognition and OCR capability, so we have built multiple AI tools and launched it under Zia. Zia is our own intelligence platform. So it's basically AI inverted along Z. So Zia is the platform. So what Zia does is it can actually help with, one example I can give is, we launched our, what we call as a quick ML, which is a machine learning model builder. So instead of using AutoML capabilities which are not designed to a particular organization, that's what we talk about contextualization. So what we have done is we have given the power of building a machine learning model specific to an organization. So what you can do is they can get their own data, proprietary data from their ERP, from Zoho's tools that they are using, build it into this machine learning model, clean the data, choose the algorithm. Without being a data engineer, they can actually create their own ML engine. And with an API, then you invoke an API. One of our largest customer in India, in the telco business, is using this tool to predict customer churn. You know, what we are very focused on at Zoho is how we can address the CEO's agenda, the boardroom agenda, which is, customer churn, customer satisfaction, employee satisfaction, innovation, launch of new products. So the AI should go beyond hype to reality, and that's the focus for us. So what we have done is this machine learning model. You look at our OCR capability, a lot of our banking customers use this to do their KYC processes. In fact, in Zoho Expense, our tool, you can open the app, scan an invoice, it'll pick up the vendor name, it'll pick up the amount, it'll pick up the category of the expense, whether it is food or travel. All of this are powered through AI, okay? So what we have been focusing on is how we can make it more practical and relevant. And that's where the contextualization has come in beautifully for us. When it comes to implementing with large customers, Zoho has a natural advantage of being a large B2B app vendor. So what this does is we can help organizations use the power of their proprietary data. See, what happens in GPT is it's public data. A lot of what is out there is what is in Google's, what search can find. But the real secret sauce to the success of a business lies within your own data. So what we have done is how we can help businesses harness the power of their proprietary data along with a GPT kind of a data. So what we have been focusing on is how we can help businesses use their own data, contextualizes to the business problem they're solving for, and then address those challenges one by one. So you talked about how do we go about doing this with ISV ecosystem. We are partnered with Microsoft. The beauty is Microsoft has launched Copilot. Copilot is a very powerful tool. So if you take an organization, a lot of their data is in their O365, in their mails, in their OneDrives, in all their policy documents. And a lot of their customer data is in CRM. A lot of their customer tickets are in Zoho Desk. So there are multiple tools where the data is residing. What we are working with Microsoft is to see how we can use the power of data lying with Zoho's tools along with Microsoft tools and then address it using the power of a GPT. Okay, I can give you an example. Say I own a Mercedes-Benz, right? And I bought this in 2023. If there is a warranty claim on a rear left tire, as soon as a customer calls, the Copilot can actually look at what is the customer record, when was this car purchased, which model, which year, this resides in Zoho CRM, this data. Then they can look at, is this ticket unique or is this ticket common? So it can do this pattern recognition. Similar customers who bought a similar model in the similar time frame have raised similar issues. So what it does is it kind of helps you address a customer query in a fraction of a time. So this data from Zoho's tools, this data from O365 flows into a Copilot, and that uses the power of OpenAI to actually tell the agent within a flash of 10 seconds. It's a genuine claim. This car is covered under the warranty. Similar claims have been approved in the past, so you can go ahead and approve it. This is the nearest service center where you can go and do. This slot is available in the service center, and this wheel is available as a spare, so the customer can go. Imagine what customer delight you can drive. That's the contextualization that we want to talk about. If you can do all this great summarization, drafting an email, a video to text, which is what GPT can do, but if you can't contextualize to a business, you are doing great injustice to the data that you already have. That's why we believe a lot on contextual intelligence, and a lot of our focus is around that.
Right. Thanks, Anand. I like the way you coined that equation. AI plus BI is equal to CI. And that example of telco that you shared, because telco industry is so competitive, and to predict customer churn is so important because you're constantly trying to come up with products and services that is ahead of competition. And a tool like this will definitely help. And you also talked about the collaboration with the ecosystems, right? You gave the example of Microsoft. That is good, and actually a good segue to get Ganesh back into the discussion, because Ganesh, I just wanted to ask you about the importance of collaboration and ecosystems. As a large IT services player, you definitely need to collaborate with other players, including startups. So how is your experience being trying to collaborate with them as you take solutions to customers, Ganesh?
Sure. I'll just start with a simple narrative. When we all started Cognizant was founded in 94. And when we joined, it was not a matrix organization. It was little, I would say, monolithic organization. Today, internally, a lot of my leaders comes and talk, I don't own this resource, I don't own that resource, what do I do? I'm telling you, it has gone to the next level. We are now working with client projects where at least 3 other partners are with us. In one of the deal, I have a competition with me, single contract. So what are we talking within the organization? The world of everybody should report to me is dead, right? We need to work as collaborative unit, have a common program goal and run it. So that is something come with that mindset into this industry. The industry that our great-grandfathers, grandfather and fathers have seen, that's gone. So it has evolved to the next level. With that context, as I said earlier, without the partner ecosystem, it could be an hyperscaler, it could be a startup, it could be a boutique data firm which is highly knowledgeable in a particular industry. We are open to embrace and move on. And this is from an organization standpoint. Now we are taking that to the next level, really tying up with academias, right? What I have believed is, lot of the academias have lot of patents attached to them. But that's a theory paper as of today. What we have done is, with some of my leaders, we started this 6 quarters back, we have started converting those theoretical patents into reality. And magics are happening. So collaboration is at a various level. At Cognizant or some of the tier 1 firms, we clearly work with a lot of the hyperscalers like Microsoft, Amazon, Google, and we have launched a lot of products in the connected factory, fleet management, warehouse management, etc. But what has really shown us the difference is our ability to work with startups. Not only in the international arena, like we are partnering with Vishal Sikka's organization on data AI. Then we also acquired a organization from Sentient, where they had a leaf model, which is nothing but learning evolutionary AI. That almost few years back we did it. But that has proven well to say how we can go and talk to a client, show that unique value. If I take some examples, right, in Chennai, we are working with a drone organization called Garuda, where we are really working with them in the agricultural space. They had a solution to improve the crop production, soil management and water management. Now that we are extending that to utilities, and if we are successful, we'll take it in the global arena, right? So there is a lot of value in India through startups and through academias, but organization has to bring it together. Last but not the least, all ideas are good. That is one thing we always believe, but validate the idea. Don't always think the grass is brown on the other side. Green on the other side, because I live with the philosophy grass is brown everywhere. Validate your idea. Do the sentiment analysis behind that. Like Anand was talking about, that customer analysis for every business is a critical piece. If you don't know your customer, believe me, you're not going to build a right product, or you're not going to build a right solution. Just believe in that and take it to the next level. Good thing is, lot of the Indian clients have started taking the digital wave to the next level. In fact, I was talking to some of my leaders during the NASSCOM forum and the NASSCOM leadership, because I had the regional council here. I was telling them, I can create case studies out of my Indian projects. But we need to start involving with clients more and more, get that attention, and see how we can build that at scale. That is what we are looking at. And I believe the next few quarters, as we walk towards $1 trillion, will make the difference.
Thanks, Ganesh. I think the opportunity that is ahead of us is massive, and it gives a lot of hope for startups that they can collaborate with players like you all to take solutions to market, right? So thanks for that, Ganesh. Anand, back to you. Now, while we talk about the benefits of AI and all that, actually going through the journey of implementing AI is not obviously going to be easy, right? I mean, there could be challenges. One of them could be the data sets that, the quality of data sets that are being used to train the models. Cost is an issue. There are various challenges that come into play when you have to implement AI from production to scale. So, and imagine if it's the challenge that an large enterprise faces. What about the small and medium enterprises? For them, it's going to be a completely different challenge altogether. So how do you address those challenges? And your views on that, Anand?
No, that's an excellent question. So the way we look at it is we have gone beyond this digital transformation era to digital maturity. We have been talking about digital transformation for a decade now. We have to talk about digital maturity, right? So how do you get digital maturity? So I think we'll have to look at, the first thing is the process standardization, and the second is the data standardization. We talk about small businesses having those challenges and big businesses having advantages. I'm sure Ganesh would agree with me, big businesses have bigger challenges because there is huge data. Actually, small businesses have an excellent opportunity to be way ahead. They can be on a stealth mode. They can be extremely nimble compared to large businesses. And that's where Zoho is very keen on providing these customers a great opportunity to be a powerful player. So what you need to do is, we have to look at how you can use your tools which are breaking the data silos. And how do you make sure that the processes are end-to-end digitized? If you look at, let's say, an employee onboarding example or a customer onboarding, some processes are manual, some processes are digital. So the first step is to make sure that all processes are actually completely digital. The moment you get all of this digital, the data quality issues have to be easily erased. But once you have got that done, I think we are in a much better position to be able to address that. Can someone please close the door? It's too distracting. Yeah, thanks a lot. So the small businesses actually have an advantage. So what does Zoho do? We have what we call as a Zoho suite of apps, which is a unified data model between the CRM and inventory or accounting. Okay, all the data models are common. So a customer is a customer in accounting or in CRM or in a desk. And you can get contextual intelligence that I talked about some time back. So what small businesses can do is actually focus on digital maturity, make sure that they actually help their own businesses digitize end to end. The moment you have very high data quality, like the old thing goes is garbage in, garbage out. And as Ganesh said, you can have excellent algorithms. If you have poor data as a substrate, it'll kind of wobble and not deliver the impact. So small businesses, in our view, have the advantage to get it right from day one. And they should focus on breaking data silos. In fact, what at Zoho we also do is, we have integrated with over 500 ISV partners across the world. So whether it is someone using a MailChimp along with the Zoho CRM, there is an integration that's available so the data flows seamlessly. All of this with the same intent that the data should be common and standardized across different tools. And that's the advantage I see coming through.
Absolutely, Sunil. If I can add just one point, look at the advantage of the state that we are living in. We have manufacturing, automotive, textile, healthcare, finance. We have all the industry. So the marriage of technology and business can happen seamlessly here, right? That is one thing. And to Anand's point, he's very much right. Don't get worried if you are an SME and you're not on the wave of journey on data modernization and Gen AI, but you can start now. You will gallop much faster than the bigger organization because they've been trying various trial and error last couple of years. And many have still not figured out because they don't know where their data is. So that way, this is the right moment. I would say year 2024 and 5 will define those moments to take it to the next level.
Right, Ganesh, and you're talking about the SMBM. Just look at Tamil Nadu as a state. We are known as the Detroit of Asia. The humongous amount of auto component companies in Tamil Nadu, right? And they haven't even, many of them have not even started that digital journey. I mean, the opportunity is really huge.
Absolutely, and health tourism.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
I mean, even other industries like textile, leather processing, and so on, right? But thanks, Anand, for your comment. And I think the point that you made about process standardization, very, very important, because unless an organization gets their processes right, you might have the best technology, but it will not work, right? So thanks for that. Now it's time to take a couple of questions from the audience. So my request to you is, if anyone has a question, first introduce yourself and please mention to whom you are directing the question to. And my other request is kindly keep the question as short as possible so that we can try to take as many questions as possible.
And direct everything to my left, okay?
So anyone has any question, please stand up. We'll get a mic for you. Oh, you have a gentleman here. Yes. Can we get a mic for him, please? Yeah. Can you introduce yourself? Yeah.
I hope I'm clear.
Yeah. Please introduce yourself.
So myself, Anand, and I am managing infrastructure and cybersecurity portfolio for Expeditors Chennai. Right. So first of all, thank you. It was an insightful discussion, and I believe I have chosen the right hall to be part of this in this time slot. Right. From your conversation, I got to know like AI is no more a buzz, and soon it will not be part of emerging technologies. Right. The one thing I'm just trying to understand is that today I could see there is no clear regulation in terms of AI implementation. And even if you take security aspect, right, we don't have a solid framework on how to arrest any key vulnerabilities like data privacy or model biasness, whatever it is, right? So what is the actual challenge? Is my understanding not correct? If yes, help me to understand. Or if my understanding is correct, I would like to know your view on, is there a real challenge why there is no clear regulation at enterprise level or state level or at national level, right?
Thank you. You want to take that?
Maybe I can take that. So you are right. Your understanding is perfectly right. There is no single country that can say I have fully covered from a data privacy and a regulatory standpoint. It's still in discussion. That's exactly what we spoke in NASSCOM also is. I don't think any government is going to come first and put a policy out there and say that's always there for next 10 years. There will be a first version that is expected in next quarter or so. And Sweden has taken an edge over it. Maybe I think one of the report I was seeing is in Europe, Sweden as the first who have really formalized all things for their sector. And they're also number one in EV, a lot of these utility related one. But all other countries, including India, they are evolving it. But the organizations cannot wait till then. So what they are doing is they are going within their enterprise and trying to control it within their enterprise. To Anand's point, like ChatGPT and other one, as long as you have it in your environment and not even expose it, some critical data to the cloud, you are protected as of now. But is it open like an API model? I think we are a few years away from that. You want to add anything?
Anand?
Yeah, no, I think it's an excellent point. So what we have also ensured is being a privacy-first company at Zoho. What we do is every time we allow a customer to use a ChatGPT or an external tool, there is a clear consent that is needed. So they have to put in their own credentials, like bring your own key kind of a model. So they go sign up to ChatGPT, come in, put that key and you expose the data. Even there, we have tried to restrict the number of use cases for which they can push the data because the privacy, many a times, it's not only a customer's responsibility, it's the vendor's responsibility as well. So we have been very proactive in kind of giving the knowledge needed for the customers to know what kind of uses they are solving for. So from a privacy perspective, businesses are evolving, and I think there are very good processes that are coming where organizations can create their own private LLMs. I was looking at Hugging Face data recently. There are 350,000 or more private LLMs that are already available. So they are extremely focused. They are narrow models specific to the customer context or specific to a vertical, and they are very, privacy is very well addressed there. Coming to security, I was in the Valley last week. I think there is a very good maturity coming in terms of how they can do machine training without a PII. So data anonymization is coming into play. And so that would become actually a very powerful model. That's what we expect that to come. So PII will obviously be addressed through these models. I think in next 2 or 3 quarters, more startups will come to address these challenges, and definitely we see a very good traction coming from businesses without having to worry about security and privacy.
Thanks, Anand. I think from a country standpoint also, last year the government passed the Personal Data Protection Act, I think that was a good first step. Of course, a lot needs to follow after that, but I think good first step to have that act. We can take one more question. Anyone else? Yeah, there's a gentleman there. Can we get a mic for him, please? This will be the last question that we would take because we are running out of time. Yeah, please introduce yourself. Yeah.
I'm Siddharth from Kumaraguru College of Technology, Coimbatore. I'm a third year student in BTech Artificial Intelligence and Data Science. And my question is to you, Sir Anand. You said that smaller businesses and enterprises have huge opportunities and a slight advantage in digitizing themselves in the world of AI. From my understanding, from your point, it's because that they can focus on smaller data and smaller market cap so that it is easier for them. But comparatively to a larger organization, they have higher manpower, high technology, and they are already introduced to kind of digital world. And when you see practically smaller enterprises, you can take a retail, for example. The most, like the high-end technology that they would be using is Excel, nothing more than that. How can we compare this thing and that thing? And how do you say that these guys have an advantage?
Excellent question. When India moved to the cellular technology world, I can tell you, India started late, but already started at 2G, okay? So India had the natural advantage of being a latecomer, but we capitalized on it brilliantly. In fact, until a few years back, if I go to US, the data speeds will be terrible, where India was way ahead in terms of data. So there are some natural advantage of being a late starter in that sense. So small businesses are very nimble, okay? Now, the point on spreadsheets, etc., that's where the mental block has to move away for small businesses. They need to start believing that they can be digitally native, okay? So that's a belief and that's a practice that they put in place. Because they have, I know I can talk about large customers, Ganesh will allude to it. They have some CRMs which starts with Siebel to the Salesforce, okay? And each of them have very different levels of maturity. And they are white elephants. People have used enterprise ERPs. ERPs are so complex to navigate, so complex to get access to data, so complex to get APIs. Small businesses can get it like this because they have a complete control. That's where they can be nimble, they can be very powerful. So if they choose a micro market to go after, they can be really on a stealth mode and go after big companies and win market share. That's
I'll
what
just
I mean.
add one example. You need to understand, even the large enterprises, I don't think they can succeed quickly. They are afraid because of the exact point Anand said. Take an example of ServiceNow. It was a simple ITSM tool. Today, they have verticalized themselves, retail separate, healthcare separate, another one, and now they have launched an HR module. So they are also bringing nimbleness even though they are a large enterprise, right? So that's how they are thinking. So to Anand's point, it doesn't matter what size you are. Start the right way, get it done.
So maybe it's like when you're small, you're like less prone to mistakes.
Could
Maybe we
be.
can take
And you learn. Your ability to learn is higher.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to add to what Anand mentioned. He said that, like, you get the example of cellular technologies. 5G, October 1st, 2022 is when India announced that we are going to launch 5G services. We might have been late in launching 5G, but the fastest rollout in the world, and that's something that as a country we need to be proud of, happened in India. As of last December, we had 130 million subscribers. And you name, Airtel is probably going to cover the length and breadth of India by the first quarter. Jio has already covered last year itself, right? So I think that is something that we can be proud of. And I mean, we can give enough examples of, as a country, what we have done to really build this digital public infrastructure for delivering digital services to consumers. But it has been a fascinating discussion. Thank you so much, Ganesh.
Thank you, Sunil,
Thank
for
you so
moderating.
much, Anand.
Thanks, Sunil. Yeah.
Great
Thanks,
discussion. A lot of interesting takeaways. I think the message which has come out very clearly is that there's a massive opportunity ahead of us, right? There are startups that can take advantages of opportunities. Enterprises have no choice but to adopt AI. And I think if all of us work collaboratively, we can really achieve that vision. Forget about 1 trillion, we might even hit more than that from an economy standpoint for Tamil Nadu. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Check. Thank you so much to our panel speakers and our moderator. I request all three of you to stay back with us on stage. I request Mr. Venkata Chalapati, the Joint Director, to kindly join us on the dais to do the honors to our speakers and the moderator. Can we have you forward, sir? So this is Mr. Ganesh for us. Can we have a huge round of applause for the gentleman, please? And we have here the moderator, Mr. Sunil David. And now we have Mr. Anand from Zoho Corporation. Thank you. Thank you so much to our speaker and our moderator. And thank you so much, Mr. Venkata Chalapati, for doing the honors. Thank you. So I hope you all found the previous session informative. We'd like to move on to our next session. So I kindly request the members who are just joining us inside the hall to kindly settle down. And all the members who want to exit the hall to kindly exit immediately, if you wish to. Because as we call the speakers, we don't want this motion of going, coming. So please, I request the members who like to settle down, please kindly settle down. All those who are joining us in can be in. So the next speaker is going to be talking to us on the topic of leveraging AI for SME world. Our keynote speaker is going to be Mr. Vasudevan Swaminathan, who is a founder and the CEO of Shuchi. Can we have Mr. Vasudevan Swaminathan, the founder and CEO of Shuchi, who's here with us? Can we have a huge round of applause to welcome the gentleman? So before he takes over to address the gathering, a few words about the visionary leader, who is a realm of digital transformation as software engineer. With a profound understanding of emerging technologies, he guides the organization in delivering the cutting-edge solution that empowers business worldwide. Mr. Swaminathan's entrepreneurial spirit and commitment to excellence has propelled Shuchi system to become a trusted partner for the organization, seeking innovative software products and services. Under his leadership, the company has grown to prominence, serving clients across diverse industries with agility and integrity. Mr. Swaminathan's vision for Shuchi systems extends beyond technology, emphasizing a culture of collaboration, innovation, and customer centricity. Through his leadership, he continues to redefine the boundaries of possibility, driving meaningful change in the digital landscape. Now, I hand over the mic to Mr. Vasudevan Swaminathan. He's going to be talking to us on the topic, leveraging AI for the SME world. It's over to you, sir, and a warm welcome. Yes, please, sir, as you will.
Yeah, I'll use this. I'll probably let Chani. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Vanakkam. Just to get an idea of the demographics here, my topic for today is leveraging AI for the SME world. How many of you are students here? A lot of students. The rest of them, should I presume you are all part of some corporate? Is that right? Okay, all right. We are a very late entrant in the services business. Like we had Mr. Ganesh Kalyanaraman of Cognizant talking. We are a very late entrant. We started the company around 2016, June. Three of us, including myself and my two co-founders, we were in the same company. I was heading the testing division for a company called Aspire Systems here in Siriseri. Life was very mundane. We were running a large unit. It was quite, we were very much in comfort zone. We wanted to challenge that. That's why we started Shuchi. Three of us came out and we pulled in all our savings and we invested and started this company. We are 500 people right now, and we have about 35 to 40 clients. Now, what actually makes a difference when you are a late entrant is you cannot go and compete with the larger ones, and you cannot be selling the same thing, which basically means that you have to innovate and do something differently, right? And for us, what happened was we had a brilliant team of architects, and we ended up doing a lot of work around data around 2019. Most of the companies that, or the clients that we worked with were small and medium enterprises. And that qualifies me to talk about this topic here, which is leveraging AI for the SME world. So rather than giving a monologue in terms of what and all AI can do, I wanted to talk a little bit from our experience as to what we have done. But given that there is a large student community here, I wanted to also focus on some fundamentals or the basics, right? I gave a speech in NASCOM Bangalore last month, again on AI actually. And the full day was with speakers, keynote sessions, and all around AI. But the most interesting story or session that I experienced that day was from Dr. Devi Shetty of Narayana Hridayalaya. If you have watched The Surgeon's Cut on Netflix, there are 4 stories of world-renowned doctors. If you have not watched it, you should definitely watch it. It's called The Surgeon's Cut. It's available in US. I'm not sure if it's there in India, but I think it should be there. It's called The Surgeon's Cut, and it's about 4 doctors across the world who are actually redefining medicine and their profession, basically. One of the stories of the 4 is about Dr. Devi Shetty of Narayana Hridayalaya. Narayana Hridayalaya is the hospital or the medical enterprise in India which performs the most number of heart surgeries. They do it more like a manufacturing unit kind of a setup. In the sense, Dr. Devi Shetty's idea was to make sure that on a given day, how many cardiac surgeries can you perform, how many lives can you save. So the most important insights about artificial intelligence on the conference day from in Bangalore, which was done by NASCOM and MeitY, which is the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Karnataka, was given by Dr. Devi Shetty. I'll share the story of what he said. Maybe that will be a good starter before we get into my content. So Dr. Devi Shetty said, I'm sure many of you would have been in hospitals for some reason. Our father, mother, brother, somebody would have got admitted. We would have been there and things like that. So what I'm saying would make sense. So Dr. Devi Shetty said, in the case of cardiac patients who go through bypass surgery and things like that, most of the times, death happens between morning 2 to 6 a.m. in the cardiac post-operative ward. Once the surgery is done and they are moved to the ward, the death many times happens between 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. And he said the reason for that is the vital parameters of the patient sometimes keep changing. It could be blood pressure, it could be your cardio rhythm, biorhythm, whatever it could be. It keeps changing during that time. But like many of us know, I have been an attender myself for my father in hospitals. When the nurse walks in every 1 hour to check his vitals, I get irritated because she switches on the light, my sleep goes off, my father loses sleep, I lose sleep. So it's very annoying, right? But they're doing their work. So Dr. Devi Shetty said that, given the fact that nurses cannot come in every 1 hour and it annoys the patients and the attenders and everybody, they were actually tying up with a cardiac small medium enterprise in Karnataka, which was actually trying to create a device to collect the data of the vitals in the patient's body. So they partnered with this company and it gave a small mission that can be put in the patient's body. In that way, the nurses do not have to walk into the patient's room from the nursing station. Instead, the instrument or the thing that they put in the patient's body will send the vital parameters to the nursing station. That way, the nurses would get to see whether if there is an anomaly or a outlierish data point that comes from any of the patients. And the moment they see that kind of an anomaly, they basically try and inform the junior doctor on duty. If the junior doctor is there, he attends to it immediately, or he calls the senior doctor and says that, what do we do in this kind of a scenario? And then the senior doctor either comes from home or gives guidance over the phone or video or whatever it could be, and then save the patient. This is not still fully intact or fully ready. And Dr. Devi Shetty says that one of the key problems why this still becomes an issue is there is not much of data available to build on these vital parameters, identify patterns, build intelligence and things like that. I wanted to tell this story because the biggest challenge when it comes to leveraging artificial intelligence for small and medium enterprises is, where do I start with this? Where do I start with artificial intelligence? The biggest question is, where do I start? And if that question can be addressed to a large extent, the path towards building artificial intelligence is not a problem. But the biggest challenge is, where do we get started? It happens in every case, right? Just to give a little bit of a different analogy and just to keep some of the students occupied here, just to kindle your interest. I was recently watching an interview of director Vetrimaran. You all know Vetrimaran, right? He does Vada Chennai and all those movies actually. So he said, Vada Chennai started with a single line, basically saying that I wanted to do the story of a bunch of North Indian gangsters. And then he started doing all the exploration. He ended up meeting a key person who was in the gangs of, Guna and the other guy actually. The names were masked apparently. But he said, that guy started giving so much of information, read data, right? And then it basically became an 80-page notebook. That 80-page notebook was Vada Chennai, which became the movie Vada Chennai. And if you remember the movie Boys, Senthil acts as a beggar in a temple, right? What does he say? He tells, on this day, if you go to this temple, you will get this prasadam. If you go tomorrow to another temple, you will get this prasadam. Then the guy, Manikandan, who acts in that movie says, Idallam oru polappa, why do you do this, right? Then Senthil says, what I am giving you is not I'm giving you information, I'm giving you data. You can actually, what in other words Senthil is doing is, you don't teach a man, you don't give a man fish. In English we say, right? If you want to really teach someone, or if you want to feed someone, don't give him fish. Instead, teach him how to fish. That's what Senthil does in that movie. What Senthil gives is data. The prominence and the importance of data is something I wanted to highlight. And hence I gave these examples and also keep it in a lighter note rather than talking about AI, right? Where do you get started with AI? What do you do with AI, right? AI has been already there. You go to Kambaramayanam and read about, Kambaramayanam. There is a set of verses that says how Ravana's plane was when he came to capture Sita. It says it has so much of turbo engine. It was bigger than a Boeing 747 and things like that. It's just that we need to go back into history and look at all this. So AI is not a new thing. It has been there. Textile manufacturing is using it in a certain quality of material. There is AI today being used to find out if there is a damaged piece. So AI is not new completely. It has always been there. It is there. But the way it is being construed, the way it is being read today is in a very different fashion. So I just wanted to set this context before I get into the presentation. So I'm going to talk about how we leveraged artificial intelligence for some of the small and medium enterprises that we worked with. Excuse me. Having spent close to 5 years now in building data sciences, machine learning, deep learning, data warehousing systems, and leading towards artificial intelligence, we have sort of seen the end-to-end in this. AI is not something that you suddenly bring in from somewhere. If you imagine artificial intelligence to be a pyramid, at the bottom of the pyramid, you have data collection, data sources. Then from there, if you go to the next level of the pyramid, you do data cleansing, clean the data, build more integrity into the data, have honest, good data. Then the third step would be building the infrastructure. Then the fourth step would be doing data sciences, machine learning. Then after that, you get into deep learning. Then you get into artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence is at the top of the pyramid. But if you want to look at that, for example, many of you would have read about Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? If you are to map it to artificial intelligence hierarchy of needs, this is the pyramid that I'm talking about. At the bottom of Maslow's needs, what do you have? Physiological needs, basically food, roti makda kapan, roti and food and housing and shelter and all of that, right? Then you get into next level. At the top of it, you can go to your psychological needs and everything. But fundamental things not being addressed, how will you get there? Same with artificial intelligence. Without data, sources of data, there is no AI. Okay. I have data sources now, I have enough data now, voluminous data or data quantity. What do? I have to clean it because every data is not acceptable for AI. Okay, I clean the data, what do? Then build more integrity into it. Make sure that the data has excellent quality. Then you have data quality, you get into doing a little level of data warehousing, build a little bit of data engineering, and then after that you get into machine learning, data sciences, and then you get into artificial intelligence. The reason I wanted to give this is, for most of the students here, you have to understand in the previous session, someone said, I'm doing a BTech in artificial intelligence and data sciences, right? It's very important to understand the fundamentals. If things are not being understood in a simpler fashion, then it's a little difficult to understand the complex topics. So before we get into artificial intelligence, which is the last piece of everything, it is very important as to how do we traverse or navigate the other layers of the pyramid. And that's what I'm going to talk about in my presentation. So with this context, I'll get into it. Janvi, if you can help. I wanted to start with some data points on a recent survey, actually. This is a survey that Microsoft conducted in December of 2023. And it basically is not very different from the Indian context in terms of how small and medium enterprises are looking at artificial intelligence. In the US, they call it a small and medium business. So that's why SMBs actually. So 72% SMBs are familiar with AI solutions. 48% are already using them, and many companies in the US, employees are introducing AI solutions actually. And then you can also see that there is an expected reduction in some jobs and rise in new ones actually. So there will be a lot of reskilling that is needed. And that's one of the reasons why I gave that context, saying that if you are very good at data, if you are very good at data warehousing, the chances of a student becoming an artificial intelligence engineer is much better, rather than trying to say, how do I directly become an artificial intelligence engineer? That's what we are talking about, reskilling. And this survey was done with 550 small and medium businesses with less than 250 employees across all the 50 states in the United States of America. Now, this data, if you look at it, it's not very different from what we see here in India, except that India did not do a survey like this yet, but a lot of small companies have tried capturing something similar. In India, if you look at it, we are saying that 90% small businesses in India are using AI. There we said 72% or 71%. Here we are claiming that we are doing 90%. And here, I saw a report from quickreply.ai CEO, which said a 10-member team leveraging AI is as productive as a 100-member team not using AI. We'll get to that actually. And then final data point that I saw was 9% of the total jobs in India will be created due to growth of AI across the healthcare, education, and agriculture sectors. Like I said, there is no proper research done by any research firm or anything right now, or at least something that I didn't see based on my exploration. But like I said, this is clearly Microsoft claiming this. This report is available online. You can download and read it also. It's a 20-page report. I've just taken the data points from there. But this is not very different from what we see in the Indian context. Now, what becomes very important is these small and medium businesses, how will they leverage AI? And that's why I said the context also earlier, saying AI means you don't jump into suddenly some robots and things like that. It is very important to see where will you start using AI. Like somebody said in the previous session, saying that, small businesses are using still spreadsheets. What about that? How do they get to AI? Well, that's a great starting point actually. So we'll talk about that. If you look at it, you have to make sure that there is something that you already have, and then try and see as to how you build on it in order to make it as AI enabled or make it as an AI solution. So some of the things that you can look at is, very obviously you have ChatGPT today, which many companies are using for marketing automation, conversational chatbots, virtual agents and things like that. This is a very straightforward story. There is nothing, rocket science about it. But there are a lot of other things from where you can get started. Now, ChatGPT for marketing is a straightforward solution. There is nothing new. But like we spoke earlier, if you have a set of workflows, or if you have a set of systems, let's say there is a small, medium enterprise that is working for, the government, Tamil Nadu government, doing a lot of, integration with, employee information or a lot of citizen information and things like that. Now, this citizen information that they are collecting might actually have to be shared between 5 to 6 systems today. Now, how do you, this is more like business operations automation, right? These 5, 6 systems will have a lot of data. And you need all this data before you get into artificial intelligence. So one of the best ways to get started is you can look at something like robotic process automation for your, as a precursor to your artificial intelligence itself. By doing RPA using different tools like UiPath or Automation Anywhere or Microsoft Power Automate and things like that, you have a bigger opportunity to collect a lot of data from different sources. And that could form the basis, or that could set the basis for your artificial intelligence needs actually. So while small and medium enterprises need not necessarily take a big bang approach to artificial intelligence, they can even start it with simple writing macros in Excel. The objective should be to look at building a lot of voluminous data or data quantity. And for that, where can I get started? Because without that data, you cannot get into AI. So some of the things you can do is, you can look at robotic process automation, you can look at hyper automation, you can do some level of intelligent automation, you can look at business process workflows automation. All of this can be great candidates to get started before you actually start collecting the data and move into data, advanced analytics, data sciences, machine learning and everything. Now, I wanted to talk about one such case study that we did from our company. We had a small business in a place called Sioux Falls in South Dakota, USA. Sioux Falls is pronounced S-I-O-U-X actually, but it's, the full spelling is S-I-O-U-X, but it's pronounced Sioux Falls. In case if you are not aware, Citibank's headquarters is in Sioux Falls, not in New York or anywhere. Sioux Falls is a place in South Dakota where most of the financial institutions are present. Now, this particular financial institution has been in the lending business for close to 15 years. Their job is, small lenders or small borrowers will come. They will say, give me $3,000, give me $2,000, give me $5,000. I will repay it in 1 year time. You can put interest and things like that. So this company had everything in spreadsheets and then they moved it to a Microsoft Access database. Now, when they came to us, the ask was that we would like to make sure that we find credible borrowers. Like many people borrow money, but they don't repay. So they said, we would like to have credible borrowers identified using AI. And then there is a manual underwriter in every company. The underwriter looks at the file of the person and he decides whether he should give the loan or not. Now, in India, we did this for City Union Bank, by the way. It's a 150-year-old bank headquartered in Kumbakonam. We have brought in 99.4% in the same area, but for them, it's gold loan. You can visit us in bankingfrontiers.com, where City Union Bank CEO has told how Shuchi helped to achieve that accuracy, actually. But getting back to this story, the manual underwriter looks at the file every time and says whether I should approve it or not. So they said, we would like to replace the manual underwriter with an AI solution. And they wanted to categorize their borrower into multiple buckets. And what I mean by bucket is, this is the most ideal borrower could be one bucket. This borrower is approved, but not an ideal one could be a second bucket. Average borrower could be a third bucket. Bad borrower could be a fourth one. Fifth could be worst borrower, never lend him money. So the data that they had, we had to read all of that and then create them into multiple buckets. That was one more ask. And the third thing that they said was, we would like to have the model deployed in about 8 to 12 weeks time at the most effective price. The most important thing is, how do you deploy AI system in 8 to 12 weeks? It's very difficult, right? So what we did. So what we started with was, we wanted to make sure if we can actually start building a complementary workflow engine. We did not get started with AI. We started with a complementary workflow engine. First, to run in parallel with the underwriter to make sure whether the data is actually coming out correctly. Like when the manual underwriter says approved, whether the workflow engine is also calling it as approved. But what is the difference between an AI engine and a workflow engine? A workflow engine is something that you exactly build using rules. But an AI solution is not built using rules. It is a self-learned machine learning model. The model will learn by itself when you say it's artificial intelligence model. But the moment you call something as a workflow engine, you are giving rules for it to work. So we first built a workflow engine using rules, exactly how the underwriter follows. And we first ensured that the data is coming out correctly, and whatever or whoever the underwriter calls as approved, whether the workflow engine is also approving him or her. Whether when the underwriter says rejected, whether the engine is also saying rejected. We tried to build this actually. Then we saw that they were very short on data quantity. They just had, megabytes of data. One more thing to understand is with 10 MB of data, no artificial intelligence system will work. If somebody says, I will build an AI solution, give me 6 MB of data, I will walk out of that project saying this won't work. Because what experience has taught us is, you need to have voluminous data to do artificial intelligence. And this is a scenario where they had megabytes of data. So we said, we don't want to build an AI system. Whether you throw us out, whether you want to work with us, it's your call. But we don't want to, mess up our name actually. If you really want us to build an AI system, it's going to take time. And for that, we need data. So what we did was, we kept upgrading the workflow engine through the data that we collected. And then, as we did that, we started checking for accuracy. And once it got to 90% in a self-learning mode, we deployed it as an AI system. But it did not happen in 12 months. It actually took, 12 weeks. It took 36 weeks actually. So the workflow engine was deployed in 12 weeks, but the actual AI system took 36 weeks actually. So this is an example of leveraging AI for a small and medium enterprise that I wanted to share. I'll probably reserve some time for Q&A, but I'll also show one more story. I'm sorry. The third is a the second is a medium-sized organization, $35 million organization in New Jersey, USA. It's a healthcare firm. Oh, thank you. It's a healthcare firm. Now, the thing is, they were consuming documents from a large insurance player. If you have heard about BCBS, Anthem, Cigna, and names like that, they were getting documents from them. These were coming as fax reports actually. Our client has to read each of these reports, and those reports we have to extract data. Extraction, not just OCR. What I'm talking about is, in the first fax report, name will be on the top. In the second report, name will be somewhere on the right side. In the third report, name and patient detail will be in the bottom. In another template, name may not be available at all. So what the client told us was, they said, see, humanly today we are putting a lot of effort to read this data or the document and then move this to a SQL database and things like that. What we want is, we want Shuchi to build an AI solution where you should have the capability to look at every template that we have used so far, and then based on that, create a self-learning model. Every time when a template comes in, your model should have the intelligence to read the information, irrespective of where it is on the page, irrespective of the template type, it should be able to read it, and it should be able to extract and move it to a SQL database. A very, very challenging assignment that we did last year. And today, it is actually working in production. So if you look at it, the manual time taken was very high, so they needed an AI solution for that. So look at the level of work that has happened here. We had to process 150,000 documents on a given day. And I wanted to also let the students hear that you would have heard about big data, Hadoop, and things like that. In today's machine learning, artificial intelligence world, if you have to read a document like this, at this quantity, like 150,000 documents a day, you cannot use Hadoop. You have to use large vision models and large language models. That is what LLMs and LVMs do for you, which is a precursor to artificial intelligence. The nomenclature needs to be understood very clearly. You walk out of this room, somebody will say we are building a LLM model. Somebody will say we are doing LVM. Somebody will say we are doing artificial general intelligence. Somebody will say we are doing generative intelligence or generative AI. How do you really understand this? What is AGI? What is generative AI? What is LLM? What is large vision model? I just wanted to clarify that. When you process documents that are at the size of 150,000 per day, you cannot use your big data, Apache Hadoop and things like that. We are building LLMs and LVMs here. So we put in a big ML ops infrastructure, another nomenclature, machine learning ops. right? What is ML ops? You are bringing in software engineering practices from DevOps to the machine learning world. So you have to construct a solid infrastructure to process an artificial intelligence document of this nature in order to build intelligence. So the amount of time and money and effort that went into building infrastructure was significant. Our customer was using Rackspace, one of the largest cloud-based solution providers for infrastructure in the US. So we took their help and we built this infrastructure to process it. We processed it using LLMs and LVMs. After achieving 80% accuracy, we had close to 100,000 templates. We took each of the templates, read everything, then built a machine learning algorithm. I think we used a combination of random forest from statistics, naive-based decision making and things like that. And we sort of put it in a way where we said, if a template comes in this format, it can go to a naive-based kind of a routing algorithm, as opposed to some other template which can go to a random forest and things like that. So that level of complexity was done before we actually got to see in terms of how we can deploy it. The reason I mentioned about LLMs, LVMs is, there is a second line, fourth line where we say deploying generative AI is as much as about enterprise engineering as it's about AI. The reason I'm saying Gen AI is because the moment we say generative AI, we go to ChatGPT. That is not alone generative AI. Generative AI is a combination of a lot of things actually. And in a scenario like this, generative AI means that those 100,000 templates from where you build the patterns and start applying intelligence is the Gen AI process actually. Like somebody said in the previous session, right? Contextualization for the customer. That's what I'm talking about here. In this scenario, the context is healthcare, very specifically pocketed in an area called prior authorization within healthcare. So you have to look at every template, understand the template, see how the template is coming, and using those templates, you have to apply intelligence. That was a Gen AI process. So this has got nothing to do with ChatGPT or anything. When we talk about generative AI here, I'm referring to a very context-specific artificial intelligence that was done in a generative AI model and deployed. Very similar example. I have two more examples. I mean, one more after this. I'll stop it for questions. But I wanted to give this background. That's why. Very similar example. But here, the ask was again document processing with AI actually, and we had to look at this is a specialty healthcare provider. In US, as you know, obesity is a big disease. Obese people are very worried about getting heart attacks, diabetes, and things like that, hypertension, and all of that. So today in the US, companies are building apps that are specific for diseases. And our client is an obesity-based app builder. And what they are doing is, again, with your mobile, the app can be used. It will tell you all the vitals for obesity, what you need to have, how to check your blood pressure, heart rate, your food habits, and everything actually. So again here, for the patient who is obese, you need to actually collect a lot of information like lab reports, driving licenses, insurance cards, and everything. We spoke about regulatory and compliance needs in the previous session, right? So in the US, you're talking about social security number, you're looking at their personal data, HIPAA compliance, and things like that. So we had to actually build it in their premises and deploy it in their captive environment. This was not a cloud thing. The other thing I have seen with more and more AI coming is, customers are saying that I prefer more of a captive deployment rather than going to Microsoft Azure or Amazon AWS or GCP and things like that. So this is a classic case where we had to fight with Amazon Textract. Amazon Textract is an extraction tool. The client wanted to use Amazon Textract, but we showed our machine learning AI solution. They found us to be very interesting. And so they went for, document processing using LVM again in terms of understanding the models, building it with a certain level of, onboarding conversion and all that. For them, the money will come only if more obese patients are being onboarded to the app. And our job was to make sure that when a person who has obesity comes in, we are able to consume all of that information. We are able to use it with AI, onboard it and give it to them, to their backend systems, to their database and things like that. So this was another area where we had to use LLMs and LVMs in order to consume a lot of information, put in a lot of computing processing power for GPUs and things like that and do it actually. So one more example I just wanted to share. I mean, the information is straightforward, so I'm not reading from there. I hope you can understand, but if there are questions, I'll take them shortly. The last one is not a small, medium enterprise. I wanted to talk about a very large, multi-billion Mexican bank. But the reason I wanted to share this is, when we talk about SMEs, we always say they don't have money, where will they get their funding from and things like that. That's why I said you can start small and then get to, bigger areas. But in this case, this is a large client based out of Mexico where they wanted to do signature matching. Mexico kind of a country has a lot of corruption, crime and things like that. So many times what happens is signatures can be forged and all of that. So we had to build a AI solution to match every signature that is in a check. And then the bank will use our solution, make sure that the signatures are matching before they deposit, before the money comes from the sender to the receiver and things like that. Again, a classic case of using artificial general intelligence and LLMs and LVMs actually, because every check comes as an image and every signature is an image. So you need to you need to extract the signature, take the original, then compare it and give, within a few seconds, you have to tell the bank that the signature is fine. You can go ahead and deposit the check. This is a very large bank in Mexico called Banorte, where we had to actually do the implementation. Again, a large enterprise deployment of Gen AI models is what we did here. They had about 4 to 5 million subscribers, as in like the bank had so many people. And then we had to verify 1 million identity checks actually to make sure that we are able to validate and verify the signatures and take it to next level of deployment and all that. One of the key things here is you have to do all of this in high concurrency levels, in the sense you don't have time to take one step at a time or do a sequential process. You have to do everything at the same time, which means infrastructure needs have to be taken into consideration. There again, we are talking about no big data. I mean, this is big data problem, but no Apache, Hadoop, Spark and things like that. This is purely a very different infrastructure that was built using LLMs, LVMs and all of that actually. So I wanted to share, I also wanted to end this by saying, if you are looking to deploy, build and deploy generative AI models for solving business problems, they could be sometimes very, very costly given the computing power, the GPUs you have to put in and things like that. So you might want to pick the battles that you want to fight. And what I mean by that is, starting small is a great area for SMBs and SMEs to look at AI. It's just a matter of time before you start automating something, and by using automation, you will be in a better position to actually move towards AI at a much better rate, rather than trying to say, I will only use AI, which is going to be a long road without any kind of the pyramid information that I spoke about earlier. Last slide, I will close with this. Where can SMEs leverage the low-hanging fruits or the obvious ones? What are the ones where you get real value? And then some key factors to consider. The obvious ones, we are talking about generative AI for conversational chatbots, virtual agents, pre-sales support, contact centers, call centers, all that is very standard. Employee hiring, management scheduling, advertising, sales, marketing, automation, like your HubSpot and MailChimp, and all of that is very straightforward for generative AI. But that is not generative AI alone. That is generative AI at a very preliminary level, where you are taking a tool and using it for your needs. But the real value comes in a place like, business operations automation, intelligent automation, which is combining robotic process automation with artificial intelligence and doing, start building data analytics and business intelligence before you get into AGL or AGI areas like LLMs, LVMs, self-learning models, which is the final step towards artificial intelligence actually. This is sort of a sequence, I would say. And some of the key factors for SMBs to consider or SMEs to consider would be, reskilling your workforce is going to be a big challenge because there is lack of skills today. But the best way to do it is, like I said, data is the starting point. If you have a data engineer, or if you have a database expert, or if you have a database administrator, training them to become an AI engineer is a much easier job, instead of trying to say that I will only get a direct AI engineer, because there is no such thing like that. So you have to figure out a way to build this skill using what you internally have today. So that's something that we are trying to do. We are not trying to, given our 5 years of experience, we are not trying to build AI engineers. We are trying to see who are the best data engineers that we have available, who are the best data analysts that we have. Can they become our data engineers before they actually become AI engineers and things like that? It's a very long road, and it's not like, one size fits all kind of an approach where you say Java engineer will become an AI engineer and all that. It will take a lot of time. But going from data to AI is a much easier route actually. And last but not the least, seek guidance on privacy and compliance. Given our experience in healthcare, in banking, in financial services, all of our deployments have been captive based. My healthcare clients have told me that I'm not going to send one data to India. No way. My production data will not go to India. My production data will reside only inside the US. It will not even go to Canada. It has to be only in US. So in that kind of a model, how do you really apply AI? Because it's very dangerous. You need to understand regulations and compliance like HIPAA can really hit you. Similarly, there could be PCI, CSS and things like that, sorry, PCI, DSS and things like that in the banking world. You need to take all of this into consideration and plan your implementation. That's why, again, SMBs that are looking to build AI solutions might want to look at a niche area, a pocketed area where they would like to spend that effort rather than trying to say that I'm going to sit here and I'm going to do AI for a US company. It's a very big challenge actually. So because the data won't be available for you here. If you're looking to do something like that, you need to be present there at a larger level rather than here. That's why I started this conversation with Dr. Devi Shetty's story. Today, if you look at it, Narayana Hridayalaya has opened its own AI company. I forgot the name, but it's on Google. Narayana Hridayalaya has got its own AI company today, probably because they also don't want to outsource their patient data and things like that to other companies. So this is an example I just wanted to share. I hope you found the session beneficial. I'm open to take any questions that you have, but I'll pause it here. Thank you so much. If there are any questions, I'll answer, or we can wrap it up. Any questions?
You can put your hands up and we'll have the mic coming to you.
Check. Hello everyone and hello sir. I am Sriram. I am a third year CSE engineering student and I have currently started my startup named Unipix Tech. It's focusing on edutech base where we teach now teaching government schools and private school students on the field of AI and robotics. So I have seen your keynote and with your problems which you are solving and your solutions. So what kind of key attributes the students should develop in their school stage itself is one. Number two, what could be the draft solution which they could make on their own? So they can cultivate some real-time applicancy ideas rather than only sticking on with the books.
I will take an analogy of the Mahabharata. You would have heard about Padma Vyuha or Chakra Vyuha in Mahabharata, right?
I am a devotional person. I have learned for 5 years.
Great, great. So, who died in the Chakra Vyuha?
Son of Arjuna.
What's his name?
Abhimanyu.
Why did he die?
Due to the lack of knowledge how to get out of it, and he was also fooled by many of people attacking at the same time.
So, if you are looking at artificial intelligence, I will draw an analogy with the Chakra Vyuha. There are 7 layers in the Chakra Vyuha. The way the Chakra Vyuha is designed is, it will keep rotating. The 7 layers will keep rotating. There will be a drummer or 2 drummers in each of the rows. Once you kill a person, you will not find a gap there. The next person will take that space and it will keep on moving. By the time the warrior fights every level and goes to the 7th level, he will be super tired actually. Only 9 people in Mahabharata were capable of breaking the Chakra Vyuha. Abhimanyu knew how to got in, he didn't know how to get out. For a student, if you are looking to do artificial intelligence, you have to look at all the 7 layers in artificial intelligence. You are looking at the data layer, which is number 1. Then you are getting into labeling the data layer, which is number 2. The 3rd layer would be your engineering layer. The 4th would be your infrastructure or ops layer. The 5th would be more in terms of building the model's accuracy repeatedly over a period of time. The 6th or 7th layer would be refining the model every time when the model encounters a new thing. Like I said in the case of the healthcare client, if suddenly after reading 100,000 templates and you have applied intelligence, one template comes that is not part of the 100,000, what will the model do? That will be the final stage. So the answer to your question is, when you read or when you study about artificial intelligence, when you prepare for it, understand all the 7 layers of this, because you have to concurrently sometimes work in all the 7 layers. Sometimes some of these layers itself could be very challenging. So it's very important for a student to attend or understand what each of these layers are all about in artificial intelligence and try and prepare for each of the layers and also for the 7 layers if you want to make a career out of it.
Thank you.
Sir, I have one question.
Sure.
Hi. My question is direct to this infrastructure operation layer to the data layer. You've given some example about this HIPAA compliance where you need to build the captive environment, right? I would like to see some insight from you. what are the challenges you faced for building this kind of a captive environment? What kind of an infrastructure you suggested, right? So that, can you give some insight on that?
Great question, thank you. The captive environment or the infrastructure that we are building will purely depend upon the business problem that we are solving. If I take our own example, the first example of the Sioux Falls institution that I spoke about, infrastructure was not a problem. That's why I spoke about the Chakravyuha also. The MLOps layer could be very challenging for one client, but the data layer could be the most challenging for another client. Every context is very unique. But if I were to talk about a complexity in that area, I will take City Union Bank in Chennai. City Union Bank is 150 years old. They have branches in every small town in South India, as well as now they are a pan-India bank actually. Now, the problem for them is they have branch managers who have been sitting in these branches for more than 50 years. So the data head of City Union Bank, when we came to implement the model, said, my manager will have Vetalasival Pogela, he will look at the client's face and say, approved. Can your model do that? So we said, sir, we'll try and see what to do. So when we start building, the MLOps portion was consuming significant time because they had ledger book after ledger book with data actually, because they were all handwritten in Kumbakonam, Uppalappan Kovil, Dharasuram, Tanjavur and every place. So all of this needs to be, they had a large account in a database actually, but they continue to accumulate that in a DB. So we worked with their data engineering team. Then we took a staged approach to doing it. We said in the first phase, what do we want to deploy to get a certain level of model in place and accuracy in everything? For that, what cost it is going to take. Then we sat with their management and said, we need this kind of an infrastructure to start with. And as we scale, we need to see how it goes. So there was a little bit of a trial and error there, but the infrastructure cost there was significantly high. But the extrapolation that we did from the first level of deployment to the final stage deployment in production actually taught us as to what the infrastructure overall need would be. That's how we managed to do it. So the case is very unique is what I'm trying to say. So you will need a data engineer, you need data, scientists may not be needed, but you need infra ops people, you need DevOps people, you need data ops people, AI ops people with your engineering team to sit and your architects to basically look at this and guide you.
Thank you.
I think there's a question there.
Can we have the mic pass that time?
Hi, my name is Srikanth into consulting. So I'm in the 3D printing space. So I have a very layman's question, then a 3D technology question. So the layman's question is like you have ChatGPT in 3.5, which is very, like a layman going into the Google and trying it. And when you look at it and ask it to do a presentation or something, it is repetitive. Within few minutes, I can find out that nowadays I'm able to even find out if somebody is giving me a document which is AI generated. So that means the data is not growing, it's stagnant. So what is the solution for that? Number one. Number two, I am in the 3D printing space, we are looking at taking a lot of these models, images which are now converting into models, even a human figurine or whatever. So we are trying to use AI, but in the imaging space, how much has AI progressed? And can it, for example, I'm taking a 360-degree photo. Can it stitch it into a model? How fast has AI gone into that level, or where are we in that space?
To answer your first question, sometimes captive data needs, like someone said in the previous session also, when you put in a team for data collection itself, within the environment of the customer, then it solves the problem that you just asked. But a generic or a public system like ChatGPT doesn't have a lot of information outside of the searches that is doing in multiple parts of the internet and collecting it. So 4 or 5 times you repeat it, it will give the same answer only, right? Because it doesn't have more data than that. Maybe ChatGPT will get better over time, but like I said earlier, data privacy and security for a lot of companies might hinder that actually, because they might say, I don't want to put things in the public domain. So a lot of times what could happen is, you might be building your own version of the ChatGPT. You will be building your own, search algorithms, or you would be, doing, algorithms that are looking at all parts of your system and doing it. So one way to look at it is to build native or captive level ChatGPT. Take a cut out of ChatGPT and build something for your own, rather than relying on the public domain one. That's the answer I can think of right now. In terms of imaging, the extraction with respect to images, reading with respect to images has been well enhanced with AI. But even then, the biggest challenge is, as far as the image sort of remains static, the ability to read it is better actually. But the more dynamic the image gets, AI will need model training. That's one part. But to take a 360 degree and things like that would be a combination of things like, I would say, virtual, view of things, like
We will provide the data. See, the 360-degree camera, we have the data.
Okay.
So we will provide 60 images within a split second of the model. So if I'm standing like this, you'll get 60 snapshot of me. Now that is given to the AI. How much can it convert into a proper model of it?
It will depend on how much data it has to consume before you train it actually, because the model needs to get trained. If it's going to be get trained, it is going to get trained on just 50 images, the output or the accuracy will be 30%. It hits a 51st image which has got nothing to do with the 50 images, the model fails. Then the customer will cry saying that, the AI model is not working, why did you build it? So it all depends on how much of training data that you provide and how much of the infrastructure is available for you to train that quantum of data. That will determine the accuracy levels better.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was Mr. Vasudevan for us. I kindly request, can we have Mr. Venkatachalapati, the Joint Director, to kindly join us on the dais to honor our speaker, please.
Do you have time for a question? Very quick. Still we have questions?
Sorry, as we're running short of time, that's a reason. You can connect on one-to-one. He'll be... Thank you. Yes, can we have you in the center of the stage, sir? Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Vasudevan Swaminathan? Very beautifully has explained to us the most simple words that any lay person can understand with some great examples. Thank you so much, sir, for gaining all the attention as a great speaker. Thank you. So with that note, we'll be breaking for lunch, and post-lunch we are going to be having interesting topics on AI and agriculture, race to moon, and then you're going to have AI in aviation and lot more. So we kindly request everyone to join us back post-lunch. We would be breaking for lunch right now, and I would like to see the members who like to check on these topics by our speakers to report here back by about 1:45. Thank you so much.
Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT as a talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT as a talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story.
Agriculture has always been a
Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. The heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story.
A very good afternoon to the members who are here inside the hall. We really appreciate your on-time presence right after your lunch. We still have many more to join us, but we like to get our speaker of the day. I hope you all had a great lunch and welcome back. So we have a very apt topic, which is going to be AI in agriculture solution. Adaptability is our topic for the day. And we have our speaker, Dr. Shivani Rai Gupta, who is here amidst of us. A few words about ma'am. She's a chief data scientist at Jio. She pioneers data-driven strategies for innovation and growth. With a rich background in analytics and machine learning, she spearheads transformative projects leveraging big data. Dr. Gupta's expertise ensures Jio remains at the forefront of technological advancement, driving impactful insights and business solution. Let's put our hands together to welcome Dr. Shivani Rai Gupta. Can we have a hand mic, please? Ma'am would prefer a hand mic. Yeah, thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for the lovely introduction.
Check.
Thanks for being here on time after lunch. I hope I will be able to keep you awake with my some AI gyan. So, as I've been introduced as the chief data scientist in Reliance Jio, I manage agriculture as one of the vertical, but other verticals are like sports, telecom, healthcare, and some part of financial services also. So AI is one element which is getting embedded in any function, whatever you can think about. So that's the way to look for it, that it is not vertical specific. And you don't need to know vertical to start with. You can learn it over the period of time. I'm working with a cricket team. I'm working with farmers. I'm working with telecom team. So you can adopt knowledge. You can learn from the experts and then utilize the knowledge of AI into different aspects of it. So today, I'm going to only talk about the agriculture because this is one of the topic which is very close to my heart. And there are lots and lots of things which you can do because technology has not reached in agriculture at all. So that's a kind of a greenfield project for me. Digitization of agriculture and the data has started, but there is a long journey for us to go there. So let me start with a couple of numbers in terms of where do we stand today, at least in India to start with, and the opportunities which are lying ahead, and what kind of AI solutions are more, you can say, doable in Indian geography where farmer income is very small, the farm sizes are very, very small. How can we use AI for farmer who cannot even afford to have probably buy right seed or take their yield to a mandi which is like 30, 40, 50 kilometers far from their area. So this is more from Indian perspective. Lot of AI or you can say automation is happening in the West where people are putting a lot of machinery which is robotic automated, but for that you need to have pretty big farm size and pretty good income to even buy those machineries. Indian environment, that doesn't work because we don't even have those big farms nor even big, you can say, spend to do on that. So let's start with a couple of numbers and then we'll see how do we want to talk about it, right? So this is just number, probably look at it. 60% of the population is probably primary source of livelihood is agriculture, and 20% of GDP also come from agriculture. This can go to 40% also if we really invest right from technological perspective, where we are producing more than what we are doing it at this point of time. One reason we are lagging behind is the literacy, certainly. Literacy as such is very low in the rural area. And then you talk about technological literacy, it certainly is much, much lesser than one can think about it. So how do we want to address that to start with, where we can have probably solutions which can be consumed by people who do not need very high literacy rate or who does not require a very high digital adoption, but easy for a farmer to be consumed as well. So how can we build something which is very easy for my probably grandfather who was not literate or who didn't have much information about data or solutions? Can I give him a solution which he could have taken and utilized it? So how do we use something like that in the journey which is easy for them to adopt it? As such, when we talk about the per capita, you can say yield in India versus couple of nations we are pretty good in agriculture, you can say produces. China is one of the highest where per capita ratio of yield is 6%, India is 2%. So they basically produce 3 times more in the same area what we are producing today. So if we are producing 100 ton in one particular region, they would be producing probably 300 ton in that particular region because they have better resources, they have better technology, and probably the process what they have set up, they have evolved really well. You would be hearing one more country which is coming up amazingly fast in the ecosystem of agriculture is Netherlands. Netherlands it's a very small country as compared to probably it's like a size of Chennai or probably to Chennai. And they are probably becoming the second largest exporter in the world for grains and other things. They are going for you can say vertical farming. So in India, we only do one level farming. In Netherlands, what they have started, they do at least 10 level farming. They have farming happening in probably multiple, you can say vertical towers where you can produce vegetables, grains they are testing it, but other things they are producing really, really well, especially the vegetable part of it, which can be produced in like 45 days or 3 months time period window. So that's what it is coming up. India loses a lot of money on the pest and diseases also. If you have ever done farming or if you have ever tried growing any vegetable at home, that is one of the biggest issue which we face, and nearly 15 to 25% of our crops are getting, you can say, spoiled because of pest and disease, and still we don't have a very right solution in terms of what is the right pesticide or right, you can say, fertilizer in a particular condition. And that's the place where AI is becoming probably one of the best solution, Because by seeing the photograph of your leaves, plant, roots, and other things, one can actually identify what is the right solution for that. And that is where a lot of, you can say, research is going on in this area, where people are developing a lot of solutions, computer-based, computer vision-based solutions, where farmers are sending, you can say, pictures to us, and our solution is identifying and probably giving them right advice in terms of what type of nutrient, not what type of pesticide, what type of fertilizer they should be using in order to probably come out of that particular situation. Another problem is in India, we don't know the right supply and demand ratio in each and every region. So you would have heard about tomato going 100 rupees, onion going 100 rupees, or potato going 100 rupees. At least one vegetable will cross 100 rupees every year, right? And it is very difficult to forecast that which vegetable would be that, because it is not driven by the supply, it is driven by probably black marketing, right? After that, what happens? Once a vegetable is going in high demand, everyone start using that vegetable, they will start taking that as a crop, and everyone will go for tomato. Then the problem is, then you don't have that much demand left in the future. Now, if everyone is growing tomato, think about the prices of tomato. It will be probably 10 rupees, 15 rupees. So whatever you have done investment, that has gone for toss, right? So India, we have nearly 20 to 22% of wastage of yield, because they are not able to sell in the right place, right market. Only probably a couple of regions had prices of 100 rupees of tomato, which was in south, but in other regions it was not that was not the case. But the transportation of cost of these yield or that produce is very high. It is difficult for any government or any farmer to probably sell it into different regions, or even these are perishable crops which cannot survive for a long journey of, you can say, in India itself. So this is one problem where a lot of companies are trying to invest in order to understand how do we change mindset of a farmer, where rather than just thinking about the highest produce, can we think about highest revenue, right? Ultimately, what matters? How much money you are getting after selling a particular, you can say, yield or produce. If you are getting highest revenue, you should be happy about that. You shouldn't be worried about how much am I producing. If you are able to identify the right supply demand piece in your ecosystem, in your region, you will be able to utilize it. So we are working with the Ministry of Agriculture as well, where we are trying to create an optimized model where we can regulate that at a, you can say, very zonal level or a town level or mandal level, where we will understand what is the supply and demand of particular different crops, and can we advise and keep a control of how many farmers are going for a particular crop, and probably give a recommendation later that, okay, whatever demand was there for, you can say, paddy, now it has been fulfilled because so many farmers have already used this. Do you want to probably take another crop which will give you similar ROI? So that mindset, that adoption is a long journey which government has to do, a lot of iterations will happen, farmers needs to agree to those suggestions. It's a long journey which we are going to take in order to reach where farmers' income would be maximum in that region rather than yield only. Nutrient also, I think this is what I have covered, but this is probably high level numbers in terms of where do we stand from agriculture perspective. So when we talk about the AI use cases in the life cycle of agriculture, right? So these are the multiple areas where we can build probably solutions, right? One is the preparation and selection of the crop itself. So which crop you should be selecting in a particular region, particular climate, particular weather condition. Also, what should be the right crop with respect to demand and supply. If that region only requires 10% of farmers to go for paddy, it should not increase that number, right? This is the crop care where we are building the soil advisory in terms of what is the situation of your soil. So the way we do medical health checkup, right? do farmers also have that option or probably choice of doing that? Government give a lot of subsidy and even government give these tests for free. But still that awareness is not there where farmers are going and opting for these soil health report, etc. And even the time it takes to get the soil health report is nearly 3 to 6 months of time because laboratories are not there in each and every region in our country. So that is one thing which we are doing, and I will talk about some easier solution which Reliance is investing and building, where farmers don't need to invest any money. Probably none of the humans will be required in that process, and it will be nearly free for farmers to do the soil testing or health testing of their farms, etc. Again, the harvesting, I have talked about it. Can we predict the time yield will be ready? Because that has an impact of market dynamics, supply, demand, and the quality of produce also. Many times it happens that if there is demand soaring up, people will start cutting their yield, which is not the right time for them to cut it. So how can we create that kind of a more of a prediction or forecast with respect to market supply and demand and the availability of crop, which can come from different regions for that particular, you can say, mandal or town, etc. This is one big problem in India, the storage problem. We have seen in north where Haryana or Punjab and other places where wheat is getting really thrown on the road because there is no demand for that. The farmers are actually, lot of farmers are going for wheat because that is the crop majority of them are most comfortable with, but there is no such demand where they can actually sell that much of crop. Ultimately, they'll end up throwing that extra wheat, extra yield on the roads and other places because no one is ready to buy, and the transportation cost, if they are sending it to other region, is much more higher than they destroying that crop altogether. Other challenge what we face in India is with Pradhan Mantri, I think Bank Yojana, now nearly 93% of Indians have a bank account, the adults. But still there is something called in financial services called underbanked and unbanked. So unbanked population is only 7%, which is basically people have never opened a bank account. But underbanked is basically people who are not eligible for any financial, you can say, support from any government or non-government financial institution. So that underbanked is basically you have not operated or used or deposited money in the past, where bank can take a risk and give you a loan. That population is nearly 20% in India, where 20% farmers are not able to get any financial aid. That's the place where probably companies like Google or Microsoft or Geo needs to get in and probably create a different type of, you can say, credit line where they can probably give that kind of loan to farmers who don't have a credit worthiness associated with them to do that. So this is probably the gist of different use cases from business perspective, what AI industry is working on. I have not incorporated the robotics one, which are more from machinery perspective. But this is probably basically wherever we are trying to take the business decisions in the journey of agriculture. I'm going to play a video before we jump into how we are trying to solve these problems, where we are investing minimum amount, we are expecting farmers to pay minimum money in order to reach these solutions.
Agriculture has always been a field which requires a lot of hard work and human supervision to complete even the smallest of tasks. It also requires a skilled eye, such as being able to recognize when crops are ready to be picked, or recognizing diseases in crops early, or even detecting insects, which can cause harm to certain crops. So it's safe to say that a lot of work is needed to increase productivity in this field. But this is where AI comes in. In 2050, the world's population will increase from 7.3 billion to 9.7 billion people on the planet, meaning food production must increase by a whopping 70%. The only way this can be achieved is through the help of AI. Let's take a look at how AI is being incorporated in agriculture to tackle these problems. Starting with in-field monitoring with computer vision. AI can be used to monitor the health and progress of crops in field. Pests are a major issue in agriculture, being one of the main sources of reduction in crops. Pests cause two problems in agriculture. The first is by causing damaging crops and food production. The second is indirect damage. Some insects are able to transmit bacterial, viral, or fungal infection to a crop, which can spread quite rapidly, resulting in major losses. This is where AI comes in. With the use of computer vision through drones, we are able to identify harmful pests in crops. Once identified, the drone will proceed to spray the crop with pesticides. With the use of computer vision, farmers will also be able to get notified when a disease is spotted. Early detection of diseases reduces the chance of spread and ensures better quality control. Computer vision is also used to check on crop readiness as well as check up on livestock. Livestock can be monitored 24/7 and checked for sicknesses or diseases, which can help farmers take action immediately when spotted. Computer vision can also be applied to the problem of soil diagnosis. Startups such as PEAT have developed an algorithm that can identify the strength and wellness of soil. The goal is to reduce the chances of growing underdeveloped crops while optimizing the potential for healthy crop production. Another application of AI in agriculture is predictive analytics. The current state of agriculture involves a lot of guesswork, with farmers applying water and pesticides uniformly to crops. The issue with this is there may be some plants in need of pesticides or water. Other plants will not benefit from the additional water or pesticides. This causes a massive waste in both water and pesticides. But with the help of data-driven agriculture, farmers are able to utilize precision farming, which detects and identifies crops that require water or pesticides and provide it only to the plants that are in need of it. This asubstantially method will substantially reduce cost and wastage of water and pesticides. With the use of big data, we are able to use it as actionable insights, helping farmers make decisions in order to improve sustainability, efficiency, reduce costs, and increase profitability. This consists of collecting data from soil sensors, GPS-equipped tractors, and other external sources such as local weather data. This allows farmers to drastically increase productivity while decreasing manpower. Autonomous robots. One of AI's major applications in agriculture is autonomous robots. Autonomous robots help increase productivity while allowing farmers to focus on more important aspects. Harvesting and picking is one of the most popular robotic applications in agriculture due to the accuracy and speed that robots can achieve to improve the size of yields and reduce waste from crops being left in the field. With the use of autonomous robots combined with computer vision, the machine will be able to identify the ripeness of the crops and pick based on a few merits such as readiness, disease-free, and many more criteria. So there you have it. It's safe to say that AI's applications in agriculture have come a long way and be needed to feed the world's growing population. Thanks for watching, and as always, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Agriculture has See you next.
That was most of the summary or the problem statements what we are trying to solve with the use of AI or technology. Half of the things what you have seen are not applicable in Indian environment, because farmers don't have that much income to even go for a drone or even go for the heavy machineries. Heavy machinery problem is getting solved by a couple of, you can say, companies like Mahindra. Mahindra and Mahindra have lot of tractors which have lot of automation, automated parts which they are trying to incorporate in order to have that automation robotic process in place. But other things which we are trying to solve, where drone is getting utilized or sensors are getting utilized, which we know our farmers cannot ever achieve it. So the other way to do it, which is low in cost, is the satellite images. Big diversion from the way we used to see what satellite can do, and can a satellite which is probably 1,000 miles away from us, can it do justice to a farmer in order to identify things what he needs to do in the farm. So multiple different ways I'm going to talk about what are doable, what are the things doable from satellite images, and what are the things which we want to do it from other sources, trying to minimize the infrastructure cost which one can think about. In India, the first biggest problem what we have, we don't have data at a farm level. We only get data at a mandal level, which is a small town in each and every, you can say, district. We only get data about what is the production of mandal, what is the production of different crop at a mandal level. We don't even have idea that how many farmlands are there in each mandal. That is with registrar office, but that is not digital yet. And we don't even know which farm has gone for a paddy or a, you can say, wheat or any other crop. So that is the first problem we are trying to solve. Using satellite images, can we identify the farm boundary to start with? This is a very classic case of computer vision. Can you clearly identify the farm boundary? Can you identify agriculture land with non-agriculture land, a water body, you can say a forest land, and all different type of categories one can think about, urban area, non-urban area, etc. So this is the first thing which we started working with images. These images are so far very nominal in price. Lot of satellites give free data, and nearly 5 to 7 years of data is available in open source repository. Students who wants to do some kind of a AI work for free, go for Sentinel satellite. They provide the data for free in their website. You can go and do some kind of a computer vision technology use case in order to use that. So that is the one thing which we started with in terms of identifying your farm geofencing, then doing the classification of farm in terms of it is urban, it is rural, is it, you can say houses are there or a water body or anything is there, right? Once we have done that, it is more like in terms of land cover and in terms of what are we trying to do with respect to you can say forest coverage and monitoring, right? So different type of regions we can identify with the help of satellite, and this is more or less nominal free service. Farmers don't need to spend any money. This is probably can be run by the governments, where they're trying to probably get hold of each and every region, where they can understand what is going in every region and probably create a pipeline which will be able to even predict the demand and supply of that particular region. One can think about what will we get when we get a satellite image. Think about doing a soil testing with a satellite image. This is doable. This is nearly 90% accurate value what we do from a soil, from the ground, test it with in the lab. Same, probably it has 100% accuracy, but if you are going even for satellite images, it will give you a 90% accuracy. That's the level of information one can think about getting from a satellite data. I'm talking about still free satellite data, Sentinel kind of thing, which gives you a 10 by 10 meter resolution, and you can go for it. How you have to do it? When the land is barren, not when there is a crop on top of that. So whenever there is a barren land, after every crop, the land will be barren for 10-15 days. That's the time you use the satellite images and do this kind of testing. So these free satellites, every circle, they take it like in 5 to 7 days. So every place you have data coming in 5 to 7 days interval. That can be utilized for do that, right? So in the same line, soil component analysis, soil moisture analysis, soil fertility analysis. When the crop is already on the ground, can you identify what type of you can say fertilizers you need to use? When the crop is not on the ground, when there is a barren land, do you need to probably put some kind of fertilizer in order to make that in a right stage? So all those things you can start doing it just with the help of satellite data. Water stress monitoring is another one where you will understand if a particular crop is even good for that particular region, not because it gets sufficient rain, but even that soil, how much water condition it has in the soil itself. Again, another list of use cases, for example, crop identification and classification. Seeing images from satellite, can you identify in a particular region, particular farm, which type of crop they are probably sowing at any given point of time. This information is not available with any government or private agency at this point of time. If we roll out this project, this is probably a worth information for any private organization, any government organization to have, to regulate the policies they are having and regulate that demand and supply condition what I have talked about earlier. All the things what we are trying to do with drones, for example, crop monitoring or crop health condition monitoring, that can also be done using satellite images. We are doing a lot of testing at this point of time. We are building solution at this point of time in order to how much is doable, how much is not doable. So idea is, it's a two-way process. One is you have satellite images which we are going to utilize. Second, give an app to farmers now with the help of Geo. The difference what Geo has made in India, today 93% of urban household has at least one phone, at least one mobile connection, and 91% of rural region, at least one household has one phone. That means everyone has a phone where they can upload the images, they can take the pictures and give it back to us. So if you are able to create an application where farmers can take a picture and send it to us, lot of things which we are not able to do with the help of satellite, that can be done with the help of farmers' help where they are involved and engaged in that process. So for example, crop health monitoring, or if a pest is going in a farm, you take a picture and upload it. Our solution, AI solution, is going to tell you what kind of disease it has and what kind of, you can say, pest and fertilizer you have to use in order to probably overcome with that particular issue. All that with the help of either satellite or images which farmers are sending. These are other use cases which we are also trying to do with the help of, you can say, satellite images, but more or less that's the way industry is going at this point of time. This is just a glimpse in terms of how does the satellite image classification works. So in general, you get a 12 different bands of, you can say, low wavelength, microwave, and high wavelength, you can say, things in satellite images, and classifying that into multiple different ways where water can be identified, you can say chlorophyll of a crop can be identified, or you can say urban and rural area can be identified. It's with the help of those 12 different wavelengths which are available in the system. So that's the way we try and utilize that particular ecosystem in order to solve the problems which farmers are facing and at this point of time. This is one way of developing a solution, but how do we make sure that it is well adopted with the farmers who don't understand all the gyan of AI, who have less resources to even understand how the technology works, and more and above, probably a lot of people are not that literate enough to understand what government or you can say NGOs are advising them. So a lot of challenges are there in terms of, a lot of challenges we have in order for us to give this information to farmers. One, we have created a text kind of a messaging where farmers can just give us probably input in terms of 1, 2 in numbers. For example, are you facing a problem of ABCD? You just need to probably pick a multiple choice question which farmers can do and turn around with that. That's not been very successful. We are going for audio and even video kind of a interactive mode. ChatGPT is making those things better. Gen AI is giving us information in terms of what kind of questions are farmers asking and how can we provide those solutions. So one audio-based tool which will be released in the regional languages for farmers to have an interactive talk with their regional language so that it is easy for them to understand the recommendation what we are sending. and probably take it at to next level. Vision based, it's more of like you are having a video, you are talking to a, you can say Gen AI solution, assuming that there is no human being on the other side, but still your questions can be answered. You can take your phone to the your farm and you probably show it to the application and it will identify and give you the right, you can say recommendations. So this is mostly the challenges what I have talked about in terms of how do we want to come out of the entire issue what we are having with agriculture, one with respect to developing the solution, also with the adoption of these solutions. Adoption will take time. It's not going to happen that we reach accuracy of 90% or 95% with respect to our solutions and people are going to take it in hand and they're going to appreciate it. It's a long journey where people have to have that trust in the ecosystem, what recommendations they are receiving it, and then probably with some trial and error, we should be able to reach, to start taking farmers in their, probably in the consultation process where we should be able to give the recommendation on a regular basis to them. So that's mostly from it from my side. Happy to take a couple of questions before we end that. Yes, please. Do we have?
This is Sunil here. Great presentation, Shivani.
Thank you.
So one challenge that we are seeing today is post-harvest, a lot of the produce gets rotten, wasted, right? For lack of cold storage infrastructure.
Right.
Are there any good technology solutions that can address this particular problem, Shivani?
Very good question, and that is one big problem in our country, that it's not that we are not producing enough, but we are not able to, one, produce the right goods at the right place. Second, also having that distribution network where we can sell if the, for example, you have a supply of grain in one particular region, can you send it to another region where it is a drought situation or a lack of supply is there. So government is investing in this particular area where we are seeing that they are coming up with one, foundation layers where they can control and have a clarity about what is going to be the supply of that region. Challenge is government don't even have a clarity today that this particular state or region is going to produce this much amount of crop. That is the first step to address and probably take it to next level where they can make sure that the monetization is happening equally to all the farmers with their crop. It's a journey. It's one big task for government or probably some private entities who have to come together and create those layers. But it's a very good question which everyone is trying to solve, but we haven't solved it. We have just started. So the, I think slides when I was talking about farm fencing is the first step where we are taken in order to create a prediction of supply in each region. We will know 3 months in advance what is going to be the produce of each and every mandal. Now it is government's responsibility to make sure that that supply, entire supply, what is going to happen after 3 months is getting well utilized. So that middleman thing, what we hear in the crop industry, is going to take some time for us to come out of it. Someone is suggesting us today, if we can have an Amazon of crops, right, where a market space where farmers can go and sell, long journey, it will happen someday.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm Ram Prakash, basically from the agriculture region in Tamil Nadu, from Delta region. So I'm basically a farmer as well as an academician. So we have three difficulties. The lack of nutrition is one is for crop productivity, one is for soil. Second one is temperature and humidity. And you said, no, ma'am, we are implemented that drone facility. It is take 1 hour for 600 rupees. They are providing rent for 600 for 1 hour.
Wow.
So we are implemented and we are spreading lot of chemical fertilizers to all the regions. But the problem is, you said no, that nutrition, the lack of nutrition again is coming. Okay, so I'm basically doing organic agriculture, ma'am, like traditional rices. But the problem is first problem is the soil erosion. The one thing, the soil is good, then the productivity is good. If it is something negativity in sense, the soil is problem in sense. So the issue is what type of AI technology can I implement in my field so that better I can use for some IoTs or some AI sensors so that I can able to maximizing the productivity of my crop.
See, I think farmers like you are very rare in India who can afford a drone and think about having IoT sensors, but that's the way to go, right? So IoT sensors are coming up big time in industry where it will monitor your soil health on a regular basis, right? Even if you put probably 1 or 2 or 3 sensors in a hectare kind of a space, it is good enough because the soil condition is not going to change in a hectare at all. Having that will test your soil nutrient on a regular basis. It cannot fix it. Doctor will give you only medicine. But how to fix that, your organs or your body, that is a long process which you have to go through the organic system only. But it will give you the medicine what needs for you to fix the problem what you are having. But sensors are the way to go if you can afford it.
You are doing any contribution to the farmers, ma'am, Geo?
We are coming up an app called GeoKrishi. We are at a testing mode. It's a beta version right now. Because see, this is one solution which we cannot give it to public unless we are 95% sure. Because it is basically livelihood of farmer is depending on these suggestions. If anything goes wrong, we don't want to probably give something bad recommendations. So it will be tested a lot in the ground and then only it will be released to general public. It will come. GeoKrishi. Are we good to take one more question? Okay. Thank you. I think whoever has questions, please, we can meet outside the hall because I think we have short of time. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much. I kindly request Mr. Venkata Chalapathy, the Joint Director, to kindly join us on the dais to honor ma'am. Thank you so much for your valuable information. We never knew AI can do so much in the industry of agriculture. Can we have a huge round of applause for ma'am, please? Thank you so much. Once again, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. So our next speaker is going to be giving us a keynote on the topic Mission Accomplished, Race to Moon. So we have our speaker to be Dr. A. Rajarajan. He is a distinguished scientist and a director at Satish Dhawan Space Center. ISRO Sriharikota leads India's space exploration endeavor. With a stellar career in rocketry and space technology, he oversees critical mission and technological advancements. Dr. Rajarajan's visionary leadership propels ISRO's quest for scientific excellence, contributing to India's prestige in space exploration. His commitment to innovation and collaboration continues to inspire future generation of scientists and engineers, shaping the nations in the cosmos. So let's put our hands together to welcome Dr. A. Rajarajan forward on the dais to address the gathering. Can we hear it loud for him, audience?
You want me to put it? Yeah. So, first of all, I thank the organizers and also to be come there here and give you a small note or whatever we call it to discuss what is there, how do we went through moon and why, what is there in store for us and other aspects. So starting with this, I just took some time to put up very fast what are things we did, especially as director of Satish Dhawan Space Center, which is predominant to put a launch vehicle in to the orbit to put a spacecraft, the first time to do it. Afterwards, the spacecraft is being taken over by the other centers and put in place, and then we go to the moon, get some results. So, as I worked in composites area and some of the payload systems in the spacecraft and worked in some of the critical technologies in launch vehicle, I'll just try to give a thought process rather than how this whole journey starts. So I just put it's an Indian journey to moon. And my topic actually I put is Bengaluru to Shivashakti Point via Shah. So, Shivashakti Point. So, as you know, it has a lot of point and 23rd August and afterwards when we landed on the soft lander, Vikram lander landed on moon, and finally our Honorable Prime Minister has named the point as Shivashakti Point, rightly. And how we reached this place and why this quest to go to the moon, soft land and whatnot. We all know that everything starts and many of the ways in which we look at the moon, in whichever way you look at it, and all the other aspects, depending on the size of the moon, where we are, and which day or which night, we have different emotions, right? Different emotions that is come from. And always, after I think God and this one, after the Mother Earth, I think many songs or the topics, we had always moon as the reference. Like with love, emotion, sorrow, sadness, different parts. And there are many iconic songs with this moon. So you cannot say that, oh, the moon is somebody. It's intertwined with your, almost stitched together in our thought process in every aspect. And it's one of the most celestial body closest to our earth. So when you see like this, what I would like to put it here is, is the moon creates representations. The moon represents and some of the emotions and moods. And when it comes to some of the aspects like romance, intensity, and also some of the south side tip, and when they say southwest corner of the moon, and you see it is already represents the emotional power and the mental strength that it can create, and that's what that surface of the moon creates. And when it is really a big moon, some of the you call it blue moon or whatever it called, it is actually auspicious or inauspicious as per the size and position where we are. And this very much adorns Lord Shiva's head. You don't have to worry. See, we symbolize this by the way of the moon, and the other aspect is, by and large, the way in which you are seeing the moon and which location, which direction, the calendar of the moon, our calendar itself is decided by moon. So it all gives a view that moon definitely has a big part, not only in the thought process, not only in the emotion, the vision, but it has something to do with you even in all your future things. So how it comes, just I got a glimpse. So let us see how this all came into being. when you do this, first of this is the virgin, and we all has the idea where we are, from which place we come in, and then what is the future in store for us. So whatever is that in between is that we represent a very minuscule time frame in this eternal virgin to the future, or whatever we call. We don't know where we are. In that time scale, we are just not even a dust, not even to mention. Our lifespan is not even worth in that billions and billions of years that is being spent in this planetary system of the universe, right? So the context is like this. I just want to put in some perspective. Then, as we know, I, working on material science, always believe carbon is the most noble material. It can do on either side. It can be a reactive, can be diamond, it can be a charcoal, it can be a down to earth, we can use as an energy system. And I can put an atomic carbon and make some cutting edge technologies to see through, glittering, whatnot. So the carbon is in momentum, and combined with the oxygen and hydrogen, it plays a big part in the entire system of the habitat resources, from the energy, the mineralogy to this one. So something is in store in this our universe. From Earth, we want all these resources to come from, and whether moon is one of the aspects of the resources habit. So, in this aspect, how does this carbon we can work and give us? Finally, we want energy to live. So this is the aspect which forced us to look at, first is the outer space, how we can survive without gravity. Then we see how the moon comes into the picture. Now the next question comes, okay, having done, we have all the philosophies are okay, moon is having this one, this is the closest celestial body. If Earth is having this much resources, and where we have 7.5 billion people are able to live, have oxygen and all those things, whether these resources are very limited, you just imagine. I'll just give you a calculation for you people with this thing. You are around 8 billion people, right? And you consume oxygen, give out carbon dioxide, and the nature recycles the carbon dioxide and all other things, and the oxygen levels of 21% or 21.4% a year is always maintained. You take it for granted, right, in this atmosphere. Is it so? How many millions, billions of people and human race and animals are required to be on planet Earth to completely consume oxygen? When you will reach the critical mass of population, human race, where it is not sustainable even to live. The oxygen that you are taken for granted in the air, where is that limit it will reach? It is 8 billion, 9 billion, 10 billion, 11, 12, 13. Just think about this. It's a mathematics. Some people say it's 13 billion. Once you reach a critical mass of 13 billion human race, oxygen may not be sufficient, or the resources may not be, Earth's resources may not be sufficient. This is one thought process. Don't get panicked. It's really a long way to go, and things. But the medicals and the other things, the urge to live long, our greediness, the human civilization has been powered by the greed. I won't say the requirement, it's the greed, and all those aspects. So it always makes sure that there's nothing called status quo. You have to go on, do some technology. Having worked about 30 40, I can be entitled to some amount of philosophy, right? So just I'm putting that aspects into this. So when you go this, having done, now I'll come to back to the earth. We are in the real-time world. You have to do, every day you have to work something to enable this. So with the available technologies that we have, and what are the things that is possible, what kind of this we have to put in place. So we have the configuration, the mission, each slide is different, okay. Then able to enabling technologies, some of the standards, whether people are available to do this work, and finding the way in which we have to power from Earth towards the moon, going towards the modeling technique, simulation technique, testing, legalities, because we cannot simply take any country for granted. Finally, the project management has to take care of the scope of cost, time, and quality. We have to do it in a particular time and cost and quality, and safety is paramount, encompass everything. You have to safely travel. When you plan some travel to reach some destination, you decide upon I can go by flight, I can go for your own automobiles, or you can take a public transport. It all depends upon what is the time you have, what is the cost, economy you are going to build in, all those things, and what is the quality of time that you have to build it. Everything is put. Having decided all those aspects, we utilized, having on 2019, when we had a minor setback of the last minute or the last 15 seconds, when you are not able to have a soft landing, everything else we accomplished. The Chandrayaan-2 had one of the best orbiter going on around the moon, giving all the data. The on-orbit experience was addressed, and we looked at the robustness that we have to build in. Why? What happened? I am not going into the technicalities of what has happened, because it's altogether it's another 2-hour lecture of what are the things which goes into this. So the robustness of the lander, we improved it. We addressed the ground test simulations. There was some missings of anomalies of ground test, because Earth, we have a gravity, whereas in moon it's 1/6 of the gravity. How do we simulate? What kind of thrust it is the proportions of producing? When what is produced in Earth, whether it is similar to that, whether when it goes to the moon area, and some of the on-orbit testing and evaluation, we increased it, and then the newer aspects are introduced. I will just go into those aspects, that finally resulting in a safe and soft landing. Not only soft landing, it's a safe landing. There is a difference. You would have seen Japanese when land. There, I don't want to get into this. Soft landing is just land, and you have to be safe afterwards also. And that is what we finally got into Chandrayaan-3. We arrived at a configuration. We will discuss what are the things. When we do this, we also, sorry, let's put it like this. We also had the same, this one. One particular aspect which helped us is the Chandrayaan-2 module had a powerful orbiter which is going around the moon, giving one of the best imageries that is possible today, even in this present system. That's one of the best spacecraft which is going around moon and giving the entire data in all the images that is possible. Now when we came for the Chandrayaan-3 time by another 3 years, we had a very good knowledge of moon surfaces, where it is, what kind of module, topography, everything is well known. So we have a monitoring station which is going around the moon. Now, earlier when Chandrayaan-2 went, we didn't have anything because we have not had sufficient data. So that one is come. We done away with all the payloads that is required in Chandrayaan-2. We had only propulsion module. We improved the confidence, and this is what we had in the Chandrayaan-3 top lander. Then we had the lander module and the rover module. So we just have some of the details which I put. Most important aspect is, when we do any of this aspect, you know, Earth is rotating around, revolving around the sun, then the moon is going around the Earth in a particular angle, that's called perigee, and from we have our launch pad is Sriharikota, which is at some inclination. Those who knows about orbital mechanics, we can look at different angles and this one. So it takes them around 40 to 45 days to reach towards moon with our strength, our capability of the vehicle. So when it goes in a particular plane, going with the apogee, perigee, with an inclination. And when it goes towards that, further when it reaches to the moon should have gone around the Earth in a particular rotating orbit and reach that location. It has to get caught into the moon's gravitational force. That's called moon G, and then this one. And that is where we get into this. We worked out, and the GSLV Mark III was chosen for the 4-ton capability, and the propulsion module was 2 ton, lander module was 1.7 ton, and our rover was 26 kg to move around the moon. You know all those history. I am not getting into this. I am just trying to explain the process which we went through. Now, considering all this aspect, all the vehicle capabilities, today we have the GSLV and Mark III, and also SpaceX, everybody is capable. Ours is we utilized this. And what we trying to look at is the compatibility, the cost and availability of the vehicles. So that also was looked at it. We didn't say that only one vehicle are in this one, because it's a scientific mission. we worked out which is the one with all this aspect can go about the orbit, window, the kinematics, whether the launch loads, whether it can withstand, geometry, the connectivity between the Chandrayaan 2 to Chandrayaan 3 orbiter, how it can connect it, some of the safety aspects and other umbilical. Then there is a combined operation. How do you communicate a robust communication between Chandrayaan 3 lander, Chandrayaan 3 propulsion module, Chandrayaan 2 orbiter, and the ground stations on the Earth? It has to happen simultaneously. And when the rover comes out, the rover has to communicate to the Chandrayaan 2 orbiter as well as to the Chandrayaan 3 lander, and then go to the propulsion mod back. So these all were really worked out. We did lot of simulation. Having done all those simulations, we went ahead with the final configuration that we arrived like this. This is a well-known figure. You would have seen, unlike, we don't have a very powered vehicle. We have only 4-ton capability to do with. With that, what we did is, we first went into the lunar, earthbound maneuvers. We called it EBM, where we went on increasing the went on to do this one for the 5-6 orbits, then goes towards the Earth, maneuvers all the sensors, and then reach the moon, come to the moon and land in a particular sequence, and we worked out all the propulsion modules. And with that, we powered and calibrated all the propulsion energy that is available. Whatever energy is being sent and going around the moon, you have to kill that energy to come to a stop, right? That's what we did it with the different experiment. So when you did it, we had all the propellant module, lander module, and rover. Each one is come to the real time. Exactly on 603 it came. The most biggest successful story of this point is by introducing some of the payloads that you have put in place for the minerals, for the understanding seismic nodes, as well as for the idea of looking, how to look, not looking down, looking forward, but at the same time downward, so that you can park the spacecraft in a proper way. When you do these experiments, we have done one more aspect is to see any minerals that is available in the top of the moon surface as well as below, the Earth's the atmosphere density, where all those things aspects has been looked at it, and we improved the sensors, and we got some of the very good data that you can get it out of that. Now, the critical technology aspects which we looked at is the payload, the power, as well as the communication systems. All this has been arrived at with the 4 types of simulation. Now, this is actually taken for the qualification of the new technologies. All was done in last 2 years, 2 or 3.5 years, from 2019 to 23. So the readiness level we reached is perfect. And the important aspect is from July 14, when we launched from Sriharikota, to the day August 23rd, when we landed on the moon, every aspect was on the primary chain. Nowhere it was called for a redundancy or fail-safe mode. Everything went as click. That is why we scientists, we felt that this is really a success story, where whatever we estimated has been able to follow in the same path. Now I'll come to what are the capability. Having understood the surface of the moon and the equator, we decided to go to the south of the pole, because we felt based on the gravity and the way in which it's moving, there is some ice cap in the moon's surface and the lower pole, that is south pole. And so we tried to take it out, and the Earth's surface moon surface seems to be somewhat different from what we thought, and this is giving a lot of information. So there's a lot amount of science is possible, and some minerals can be definitely taken. And the timeline is one issue where we have to do a race towards the moon to get all these things. So focus is on how to utilize the minerals that is available and how to do this lift off doing it. Now I'll just do 2 more minutes. So one of the important things was, when I was taking the Sriharikota, there is what have happened in Chandrayaan 2. What is happened in, how do you simulate what happened while landing, do this. So we rigged up a test facility that's called integrated hot test. All the sensors has been put in place. Like we have 5 sensors. Satellite also requires sensors like altitude, depth, with what velocity I am moving, whether my health is okay, can I move in these conditions, and what data and feedback. It's like parking a car in a tight T Nagar road where you want to park a car with one slot available to some designator and you are going to park there without any ambiguity and remote way. So same way you have to look at this. So we regulated a 100-meter tower with a propulsion module, and we try to do some 25-hour tests in different conditions. Please understand, Earth is having a gravity. This propulsion module has to work on 1/6 of a gravity. So we had a counterweight mass pulling. When our propulsion module started firing, we started simulating that mass into a weight, into 1/6 of the weight by counter pulling it, so that propulsion experiences only 1/6 of the mass, and that way it's trying to move around and trying to land. These are the aspects which are, it is all algorithm which we tried, and this is what. So what here I want to tell to the youngsters or the other opportunities, opportunity will come in different way. It is up to us to see. If I tell I am only required to, my center is only for launching, I will not do all those things. We will never do these simulations. Today, we got the opportunity. We are capable of doing some propulsion ideas. We put that in place with all the people's mind put together. When we try to do, we did a successful simulation test like this in order of this. Some of the element is this is what we did. First time, all the sensors, all the 6 sensors, LIRAP, LDV, simulation, height, altitude meter, polarimeter, which direction I am looking at. Because of your eyes, you are able to know whether I am looking at like this or like. So I can make a judgment. If I want to go through this, artificial intelligence will always ask you to go in only one direction. Whereas your sense of logic will decide whether you have to move like this or like this. This kind of sensor put. First time, we put all the sensor in a place, tested it on ground, make sure that whatever algorithm is putting is fine-tuned. There are so many corrections were done for a period of 6 months. We did all this test, and the position, everything was made perfect, so that we reach in within 200-meter accuracy. And this is what will help us, the lander to land, soft land in this. Some of the LHD is for the camera. LDV is to demonstrate the engine condition. Engine will give a thrust, some 800 Newton thrust. Whether it is really giving that thrust, and I can reduce the thrust where and when is required, the real-time data back, depending upon the mass and gravity, that is about the guidance. I am guiding towards this. All those algorithms work. We try to do the off-nominal test. That is, something is, we disturb the vehicle and then see whether it can come back. So what is the, while disturbed, how to come back? All those algorithms are worked out. So we got the confidence that we can do this test. And all the takeaway was the CARA, which is the car band radio altimeter, the distance height of the monitoring. It was not giving in right way, actual height at which it is there. That was corrected and fine-tuned. And that one gave us a lot of confidence for this to take. Now you can see some of the, just not the launch vehicle, we did a propulsion module, simulated module to be done on Earth. And then we did all this test, and Director URC is there with me to do this. And we simulated a lunar surface. Those who are interested can come and see on the right end. We had a lunar surface from top at 100-meter height, how the lunar surface modules will look like from its sensor module. We made it, and then we tested it on like this for different ways. On different heights, we simulated all those tests. This 6 months of test at SHAR gave a confidence that our propulsion module in the lander can be put and we can safely land. And this is what I want to try to do, along with the vibratory loads, the propulsion module test and landing. So finally, again, when we went to the actual model of when we went to 2 ton, there is further fine-tuning because the reference weight was 1/6 at here, whereas at Earth it is 2 ton. So slowly when you go from Earth to Moon, the gravity you lose, the mass effect that is felt, all those was gradually fine-tuned and resulted in many of these tests in the cold test. First is the hot test in the propulsion. Second is when the avionics and the energy in the computer system alone is there. With all the electronic system alone when it works, there will be a lot of interferences. How it copes up with that? That also was simulated in a minus 150 degrees centigrade temperature. You understood? When you go towards Moon, the temperature drops like anything. So that also has been taken care and done. And we did a helicopter sortie also to do all those aspects. And with this, all the simulation only, we went for the Chandrayaan-3 simulation. When we do this, the integrated cold test, hot test, and simulation sorties of different ways, we finally ended up with a picture. Some of the biggest struggle is how to simulate 1/6 of a mass. When you have a mass, when the propulsion should only experience 1/6. It is a beautiful algorithm that is developed, which we can now make sure that we can do a lot of things for even with robotics. Then some of the integrities are verified. I don't want to get into this. We reduced the energy less than 3 meters per second. Then we, while dropping, less than 3 meters per second, whether legs are capable of withstanding that impact load. We did so many tests, and all those tests, it should not topple. Within 30 degrees also, it should come back to a stability and stand in 4 legs. Because at any instant, only one leg is going to touch first. At that time, propulsion has to stop. Imagine, you are going down, after reaching the last step, you have to stop. Your brain gives a command, everything happens without you knowing. The satellite also should know that I should not move further forward. Propulsion should stop at that instant, and the other 3 legs has the time to come and rest. So all those off-terminal tests, everything was done and simulated. And with this, we are able to do. This all was made possible because of a lot of participation, industry knowledge, academia, and as well as the many people. A lot of people came. The industry really came with the hardware throughput because many hardwares are realized in real time. The data product they bought in avionics is huge. And academia really to the exposure to many people are asked to give what are things, problems we can think of. And tell me the problems, ideas that you have. Some of the ideas which can come first is the best idea, always. Okay? The studied ideas will have so many difficulties that will get posted into it. Right? The first one which you think which is a simple is always used to be a simple solutions. And that you have to take it. That's why we, academia, student party, so many people are asked to come with their own things. And only 1 or 2 will be taken, obviously. So you can't work on so many things. So this is also done. And with this, what we did is experiment, resulting experiment, science, and simulation techniques, everything, and resulting into a very big Chandrayaan-3. Now, the lunar uniqueness is, I just want to summarize like this. One of the more important things today, lack of atmosphere, you all know. No tectonic activities, there's nothing called seismic activity there. Even with a small vibration, you will see a seismic activity there. Then because one of the best point, if you can understand moon, one of the critical systems other than Earth, when you understand, you can get a better insight into the planetary system. Then the presence of water. If there is any possibility of a molecule, H2O molecule in any form, then it becomes a rocket fuel, it becomes a breathable, it becomes an energy source. And once it is possible, the moon becomes a platform for an advanced astro research platform. And then how to make it habitable, right? Habitat, how to create a base and habitat. That's what we are looking at it. And it can become on space you can have a temporary station to store the fuel, or moon can kept as temporary fuel, where you can kept a fuel. Our rocket can go there to first moon. From there you can go to your sister planets of Venus and Mars, because it is easy to go from moon than from Earth, because gravity, the 80% or 60 to 80% of our energy is spent to move away from Earth's gravity in the first 30-40 kilometers. After that, it becomes easy to go to any place. Once you go to moon, your gravity has been reduced by 1/6. So it becomes easier to move to any place very fast, very efficient. Just think about this. This is one of the future solutions that we want to do, and some of the things which you have taken, possibility, habitation, people are working. We also trying to put some plans. You know, by 2047, our 100 years, 2240, we want a human Indian to be in the moon surface. By 2035, we'll have a station, space station, fully fledged space station in there. That is our Prime Minister's vision. That's what we are working on many of these aspects. So some of the exploration that human space flight and human lunar exploration that can create is, these are the dedicated things we would like to have: dedicated pad, dedicated transportation system to go to space, intermediate space station, and come back and do some lunar exploration. These are the dedicated docking system we are planning. So there are many opportunities available for we Indians to do in this, because space is the next frontier, everybody knows. So with this, our destiny is to decide whether we want to utilize the space, make the stations, because 100 years down the line, there is going to be huge colonies in space where you are all going to live in 80 by 100 meter gardens and all those things and take care of your pollution-free atmosphere, come to Earth whenever you like, then go back, and from there you go to some distant planet. All those possibilities exist. There is another one. Looking for your discipline and expertise and reach that step. Thank you.
Check. I kindly request Mr. Venkatachalapati to kindly join us on the dais to do the honors to Sir for throwing us a great insight about AI in space. Can we have a huge round of applause for him, please? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. So next on stage, we're going to have a panel discussion. And the topic is going to be convergence of AI, 5G and IoT, a new era for digital innovation. So we're going to have 4 panelists and 1 moderator. So before we begin, I would like to just say the members are walking, so request you to sit back. If you want to move to the other hall, I kindly request you to move. And then we'd like to begin this panel discussion. So our panelists are going to be Dr. Sai Narayanan Gopalakrishnan, who is a technology director at HCL, is leading expert in artificial intelligence and computer vision. With a wealth of experience, he drives HCL's initiative in AI research and development, shaping innovative solutions that revolutionizes industries worldwide. Can we all put our hands together to welcome Dr. Sai Narayanan Gopalakrishnan onto the dais, please? A very warm welcome, sir. So before we move on to welcoming our next panelist, can we have the doors closed there? Yeah. Just change it. So you can make yourself comfortable in either of the chair because it's just organizing. Yes. So meanwhile, I would like to welcome our next panelist onto the dais. He's going to be Mr. Ravi Kiran S. Abaru. He's a Chief Digital and Data Officer at TBS Sundaram, Clayton. He is a visionary leader in digital transformation. With a strategic insight, he spearheads the TBS Sundaram's Clayton's effort to leverage data-driven strategies, optimizing operation and enhancing customer experience in the automotive industry. Can we put our hands together to welcome Mr. Ravi Kiran, please, onto the dais? Thank you. Thank you so much. So we were supposed to have a small 5-minute break for the setup on the stage, but since we have the speakers and the audience wanting to take more information, we've just cut it off. So sorry for the inconvenience on the stage. And I would take the pleasure in welcoming our next panelist onto the dais, and that's going to be Rajneesh Sasidharan, who's a vertical head of IT at Jio. He's a seasoned professional driving technology innovation with a focus on excellence. He leads the Jio's IT initiative, ensuring robust infrastructure and cutting-edge solution to support Geo's transformative digital service across various verticals. Can we all welcome Rajneesh Sasidharan onto the dais, please? A very warm welcome to you, sir. And now I would like to welcome Mr. Mahesh Mahajan, who is a VP and Global Head of Products Platform Development for AI, ML, Data and IoT, a trailblazer in technology innovation. With extensive expertise, he drives strategic initiative to harness the power of artificial intelligence, machine learning, data analytics, and revolutionizes the industries and unlocking new possibilities for global growth. Let's welcome Mahesh Mahajan. Can we have a huge round of applause to welcome the gentleman onto the dais? So with these four panelists, and now time for us to welcome our moderator for the day for this panel discussion. And he's going to be Ashwin Desikan, who is a founder and a CTO of Atsua Technologies, who is a visionary leader at the forefront of technological innovation. With a passion for cutting-edge solutions, he drives the organization in developing transformative products and services. Mr. Ashwin expertises the strategic vision and propels the company towards its excellence in delivering impactful solutions for clients worldwide. Let's welcome our moderator, Ashwin Desikan, onto the dais, please. A very warm welcome to you, sir. We kindly request from the console, can we have mics, hand mics? The stage is all yours, sir. Thank you.
Hello. Can you folks hear me? Thank you. Thank you for the stage, but I think you forgot a mic, but that's okay. We'll share the mic. Oh, you want me? Sorry? We'll share the mic. That's okay. We'll share the mic. Don't worry. All right. Thank you all. Good afternoon to all of you. I hope you're all having a great time at Umagine today and exploring the different sessions which are going on and all the technology which is being demonstrated and people speaking about the various activities which are going on, right? And this is a wonderful topic and trying to cover three areas which are the cusp of, I would say, it's going to rock the next decade in terms of how things are going to change for each one of us, both personally and also professionally, right? Which is a combination of IoT, AI, and 5G as a technology, right? So considering that we're going to talk about all of this in this panel discussion, right? It gives me immense pleasure to have a chat with my fellow panelists who are experts in their field. So the way I would like to kind of do this is have quick chats with each of them, by first starting with asking a fundamental question, which is, what does IoT, AI, and 5G, right? These three words actually mean to them, both in their personal lives as well as in their professional lives, right? That's basically what I would like to start with. Maybe I'll start with Dr. Sai, then I'll move on to Ravi, I'll then come to Rajneesh, and then Mr. Mahesh.
Yeah. Thanks, Ashwin, to start with me so that I will not struggle to find points when others have covered it. Okay. You see, when you say AI, IoT, and 5G, right? Let me start with 5G. Right? What it offers, like everyone knows, it has a better bandwidth. It gives a low latency in connecting to the devices, and also better security. And the main thing, what it's more about is the power efficiency, what it offers. Right? When you're connecting to device, how much efficient the power, how much power it takes to do, right? Power efficiency. IoT, you are getting your device connector, right? You are going to monitor, you are going to live stream the signals, you are going to make the device to talk to each other, it can collaborate, all that are possible with IoT. And AI gives an to learn from this data, from the IoT, learn from the data. It can help to predict, it helps to make some smart decisions, all that are possible with it. So the things come to mind, we are making a smart computing, a smart connectivity, smart communication, maybe smart actions to be there, right? So the day-to-day what we encounter with thing, right? Most of the manufacturing industries now started streaming the live sensors data, live log data, right? It improves the efficiency. And even in the production, right, the efficiency, the quality, the downtimes are getting reduced. And people now with the mobile phones, when you walk, people with mobile phones, right, mainly that's maybe a technician moving into a field, right, in a service room, so much of handy he has. You don't need to carry the service manuals, you don't need to take pictures and send it to get for me. The service time and the service quality, the service visits have been significantly reduced, what we are saying. They are able to build a 3D model of a site. They are able to do an augmented reality to get a remote guidance, right? All that are possible with having an AI in their hands, which is an IoT and then connectivity enabled. And you can take like multiple, like it extends, right? I'll stop with that and I want to pass it to Nathan.
Go on, Ravi.
These three are actually integrated, and without a single either AI or 5G or IoT, very difficult to sustain, especially in a manufacturing industries, because I have come from a manufacturing industry. So through IoT, we collect the data, and we process the data and see how it can help us. Maybe from an IoT point of view, we are only collecting the data, so that analysis is not there. So for example, in my die-cast industry, I'll see what are the good shots and bad shots. I'm collecting the data. But this data, which is collected through IoT, is not really giving any meaningful or insights to me. So there AI requires. So through AI, like we use a dice, because die is having such an restricted impression. So more than that, we cannot make a component using that die, particular die. And I know that how many impressions the die has done. But what about preventive maintenance? So preventive maintenance or predictive maintenance has to really come by through AI only. So in a manufacturing industry, as I said, we have this IoT AI, but if this is not connected with the real time, or it is not, as he said, Sai said, I know it's not giving any low latency, with the low latency we require, definitely 5G is required. And 5G is really required. It is now booming up. We are also implementing 5G, private 5G. This will give like, if you say from IT industry, this is like plug and play. So if you, otherwise cabling for a particular area, then connecting to the particular machines and all will be very difficult. 5G, you can have many use cases just like that, within no time. Of course, some time from platform point of view required, but definitely 5G is required. So I feel that this is an integrated, which will give a efficiency and process optimization also.
Awesome. Thanks, Ravi, for that, to talk about how you're using the combination of that in industry. Rajneesh, I'll come to you. You are a telecom guy, right, and a platforms guy, and spent decades in telecom, right? I think same question to you, but I would also like you to stress on the 5G aspect of it and why telecom infrastructure is extremely important in actually this game of digitization, which we are all in basically, and how the world is actually getting revolutionized.
Sure. But firstly, I'd like to first touch upon the previous question that you asked as to how 5G impacts us. And I see a younger crowd out here. I'll try to give a much more relevant example as to what we could see a few years down the line, right? For me, 5G is a change in quality of life, right? It will impact and change the quality of life of each one of us the convergence of 5G, AI, IoT, it is going to change our lives. How will it change? Young crowd, we have a device, most of us wear smartwatches these days. We get into an ecosystem which is going to tell us what time to sleep, what time to get up. It's a much artificially intelligent alarm which tells me that, look, it's 6 o'clock, whack me out of the bed. I have a health plan which is monitored basis the device that's in my hand. It tells me what is the kind of workout I should do today, right? It also tells my robot which is sitting in the house that, look, you should tell your cook to make this particular diet because this is how your health parameters are there today, right? And then I get ready, it gets my shower up to temperature, stuff which I need to do is already in place. And then I get into booking an Uber. Now what do? I'm in Karnataka, I don't understand Kannada. Now I have real-time language processing happening where I speak to the Uber driver in English and he understands that in Kannada, right? So that happens, I get into a car, it's an electric car, right? It's connected, it does not have a driver, right? It's automated driving, so the driver might be there, might not be there. It's got a screen, right? Right on top there's a high definition screen, and that screen is going to put up content which I want to watch at any point of time. Now, if it knows me, it's going to tell me that, look, I'm going to watch the Netflix movie that I left behind last night, right? I'm going on the way, it tells me that, look, your wife asked you to pick up some milk, here is the nearest store where you need to pick it up, right? And then by the time it knows I'm reaching office, it keeps my cabin temperature up to terms as to what my levels are. And I reach office and I know exactly what time I'm reaching office because the integrated traffic monitoring system which is working on the ground, it is telling me to the dot as to what my timeline is, right? And for me, that's the quality of life the convergence of AI, IoT and 5G will bring in, right? So what are the elements we have seen in this entire schedule, right? In this entire thing, what we see is, number one, at the edge, you're looking at smart elements, right? That's called distributed intelligence. So my plug, which is talking to my driver, which is translating this language, is super intelligent. It's not a dumb device just sending data up to the cloud, right? It's able to autonomously take decisions, number one. And now I'll bring the element of the second question that you had, which is how 5G plays a role in it. See, 5G typically is going to create a low latency, high throughput network, right? It has massive elements, so therefore there are more number of devices that you hook onto the network, and there's a higher throughput, and it will drive in the end edge computing to an end, large extent, right? Because if you want edge computing, you need 5G on the ground and scale up from there, right? So to that extent, this entire ecosystem, which is typically autonomous driving, real-time language processing, all of the stuff that you're doing live can only work if your network is high in terms of throughput and low in terms of latency, and has an ability to interact and collate and send back data to the same device at simultaneously and process this information, right? So that's the key element that 5G brings in. But this is the overall ecosystem which might be a reality in a few years, right? And that's my thoughts around this.
Thank you, Rajneesh. Mahesh, over to you. On the same question, what I would also like you to touch upon cloud a little bit, because cloud also is actually part of this ecosystem to make all of this happen for us on a day-to-day basis. So,
absolutely. Hello, can you hear me? So, both IoT as well as the AI, and now with the 5G also, all these three technologies we are every day breathing in and breathing out when we do the client work or our own internal work. We have the platform which is built, which is the combination of IoT as well as the AI, and a lot of telecom technologies are there. Our basically attempt is how I can combine man, machine and material. These are the three different entities which any domain will need. And how I can combine them together instead of they operating in silos,
And that's what the whole technology of IoT, AI, and 5G will come together. Just to give you example, if let's say you have a CNC machine, and if that CNC machine, you are not correlating to the worker or the operator, or to make that CNC machine productive, if you don't have the right material available for that CNC machine to operate, then you are only solving the part problems, right? The end use case is not realized. And that's why we are coming up, and most of these technologies, when they combine together, they will really bring the value. And the same thing which we are doing, if you take the various different domains, including manufacturing, constructions, utilities, and etc., we have implemented multiple use cases, right from simple vehicle tracking, connecting the machines or the equipments and monitoring the productivity as well as the OEE parameters. We have done the predictive analytics with the generative AI as well as the AI technologies. We have done the track and trace, tracking your material. We have done the various different worker-related solutions, how to really make the worker available as well as productive as well as the skills kind of things. And we have very recently working with the Gen AI, where we are doing the content creation as well as missing content which we are doing it with the help of generative AI. And that's all these different technologies bringing together is bringing the real value. That's what it is. And to add to what you mentioned about the cloud, cloud plays an important role in most of this platform, because our platform is also basically on the cloud, although we do it cloud agnostic way. But the way we are able to bring up the whole platform in a much quicker manner is the big advantage of cloud, as well as the scale up and scale down, right? Depending upon the load which you have, that brings the lot of flexibility. And plus, if you take, for example, generative AI kind of technologies, today, if I want to do it on-prem or on my server, it's really impossible. And where the cloud providers will bring the real value, because they have that huge infrastructure to run the Gen AI algorithms. So that's the cloud part.
Perfect, perfect. Thank you so much, Mahesh, about that. So that was a quick intro for all of you about what IoT, AI, and 5G is, right? And how it kind of makes relevance to all of us, right? Where I would like to next go upon, it's an area where each of you touched upon a little, but I would like to go a little further, is actually the power of scale. Because all of us, there are educators here, there are folks from the industry, there are people people like graduating students, etc., right? The first thing they all think is, I can put one device, connect it, take some data out, right? And they believe they have a solution ready, which basically can be put out for any industry, right? But I would like you to touch about the power of scale. Why is it important? And what are the challenges which typically comes when trying to scale up these kind of solutions? Because, and how, and what are the various ways you probably overcome some of these as quick examples, right? But that way people will be able to better appreciate when all of these technologies come together, right? How the scale really matters. Maybe let's start with Dr. Sai.
Sure. See, in terms of the scale, let me focus more on the challenges what we have. I think. See, when you take cutting across the domain, right? It may be a manufacturing, healthcare, or transportation, or logistic, financial transaction. This combining all this, right? 5G is a standard. You have a fixed bandwidth, it's a standard. One variable we have is the AI and the IoT. We can choose what platform, what algorithm you can do, right? The challenges are like the data coming in is very massive, right? It's a massive data need to be processed. And it's multimodal. It's not necessarily like it's going to be one, it may be an image, or it may be a video, it may be a radar, depending on the application of the data, right? And the AI algorithms are so complex. The mathematics or the calculations what need to be made for AI algorithms are so complex, then doing it in any IoT device or in bringing the AI closer, it's a big challenge, right? A big challenge. So we want everything to be with a low latency. For example, if you are having an autonomous car, which is again an other IoT device, for example, right? You have one camera and one camera producing 30 frames per second and one frame take about its 1.5 megapixel of image, 30 frames, right? So it's about nearly 40 MB of data has to be processed and sent back within 1/30th of the second, right? So much of computation is required. And if you take about the compute power, what is available, right, that is very, very minimum. Say, for example, any AI algorithms, if you take any deep AI algorithms, right, approximately it takes nearly at least few giga floating point operation. When I say floating point operation, you are going to multiply, it's a one floating operation. Or add is a one floating point operation. I mean, floating points, you'd say 32-bit or 16-bit, right? So it is going to be giga floating point operations, multiples of giga. For one image, you are going to do it, and you are going to have a 30 frames per second. Think of that, so much of powerful computation is required for doing an AI at the edge. And you want to do so much of power there, so much of computing you want to do, right? You say 200 gigabytes of floating point operation has to happen within 1 second. That's how much of computing power you require. Computing power you require is not only computing, you need a memory to do it, because AI algorithms has a lot of parameters. This parameter has to be loaded, computed. Every time you write a memory, it is a power, right? And this thing, like where to write, whether I can keep this data inside the processor, or I can keep it in my cache, or I can keep it in SDRAM, or can keep it in the cloud, that is a challenge, right? So computing the silicon which is going to process this area to take it for the scale, right? That is a huge, and we need an accurate instance, right? If there is a 1 bit, right, out of so much, if a 1 bit is corrupted because of a temperature or because of any other thing, of a malfunctioning of an flip-flop or malfunctioning of any silicon there, right? What will happen in AI, nobody knows, right? What is explainable? 1 bit changes, what will think? These are the challenges we have in thing, but the scope is big. If this ground level problems can be solved with a high reliability, that means you're making an power, memory, and computing, right, at the ground level, right, how you do it is a huge problem what we are seeing. Because each industry, if you take an automobile, it has an automobile standards, right? How many watts can be used? If an industry, there are industry grade standards, what is the temperature it has to stand. So hardware platform, it is where there is a scalability is there, and the challenges are there, which multiple people across the world, every industry is working, right? So that is an opportunity which we see in near future.
Awesome, thank you. Ravi, I would like to ask the same question, but slightly with a twist to you, because you being a chief digital officer of a large industry, right? So one of the things you have to think about when you want to bring a tech like this, right, is about how will it scale up for your large scale operations and quick production which needs to happen, right? So what are the points do you consider when you have to think scale, right? And the challenges you face when you have to implement something like this in your environment?
Yeah, Ashwin, main challenges is the legacy system, because manufacturing industry, you will see systems which are 30 years, 40 years old. Now you are bringing IoT, AML, or 5G, and it is not easy to connect all these systems first. So you need to find a retrofit systems which will read the data from these legacy systems. For example, we have some Fanuc systems, we have ABB, we have Mitsubishi, Siemens, many systems are there for last 40 years. And how Microsoft update the patches in the same frequency, we can update any patch to the machines now. For last 40 years, it is giving continuous output to us, and their life cycle is very high compared to a normal this thing. So that is a biggest challenge, and how we can connect this with our retrofit devices. So and protocols mismatch. So we may find a OEM A, OEM B, OEM C, but not that all OEMs will support all your legacy systems. Definitely 100%, there will be a mismatch in the protocols, there will be mismatch in the vulnerability assessment, that inventory which they are collecting it. So suggestion on this is that evaluate multiple products with a proof of technology or a proof of concept. So before proof of concept, let us not go into the product buying and implementing in the manufacturing industry. And scaling up again, as I said, Now what we are doing is we are trying to build a one platform technology where we are standardizing interfaces, front end, back end, databases and all. And as he said also, he said, cloud agnostic solution also we are implementing now. With this, we should be able to scale up at any time now with a minimum lead time.
Awesome, awesome. Rajneesh, from a platform standpoint, right, and from telecom infrastructure standpoint, right, how should industries think about, because you put in the infrastructure, you've built it for 5G is supposed to be scale. That's what everyone understands from an advertising standpoint or the experiences they are gaining, right? But what messaging should people take up? Because even to put that 5G and make it operational, there is a lot of challenges, right? So how should speak about a few of those challenges, one. At the same time, talk about the opportunities, because you already spoke in length about how 5G is transforming our lives on a day-to-day basis, right? But from an industry standpoint, how should they consider this? Because there is like a lot of competing technologies also along the way, right? Which are also blossoming around the same time, right? So how should industries consider 5G and use that as a mechanism to take decisions, right? When considering for scale?
So I'm going to give a slightly longer answer, right? So first thing we need to look at when we talk about the entire convergence is, so look, all businesses are moving from what we call as prescriptive, predictive models to prescriptive models, right? So if you are a company which is into say manufacturing, right? You want to know well in advance when your supply chain is going to get hit. You want to know that, look, there is a rain in China that was supposed to happen in the month of Feb, which did not happen, because of which something that is going to reach you in the month of July is not going to reach you in the month of July. Now that's prescriptive, that's predictive, right? And then it starts telling you that, look, there is in Colombia something else that you can buy to compensate you for that loss in July. That's the future of business, right? So that's the first thing we need to keep in mind. That look, businesses are wanting data-driven, prescriptive models and not predictive models anymore, or at least in the future. The second part of it is three aspects which I want you to think about. It's called stack, standardization, and strategy. I'll just run you through that a little bit. Stack is how your entire IoT ecosystem is stacked. So you have the hardware at the bottom, you have the network which is talking to that hardware, right? Which pulls out the data from the sensors. You have the data lakes in which you store that stuff. You have analytics, and you have the output that you see in terms of prescriptive stuff, right? So step one is, now you need all these devices to be standardized. There has to be a standardization in the devices for you to scale. You need to know what device has to be put in 2 years down the line, because when you started this journey today, what is available in the market is not what is available in the market 2 years from now, right? So you need to have a strategy which is standardized for your stack. And that first step of the stack is your hardware stack, right? So which means if I am a car manufacturer, 2 years from now, will it be OBD2 or will it be completely a CAT-enabled system which is going to go in the car? Both of them operate completely differently. So am I thinking 3 years ahead? And do I standardize it? Because then a lot more of the car companies need to adopt that technology for it to become ubiquitous and cheaper, right? So that's one part. The second part comes to the network part, is the cost of devices in a network. So 2G, the device is cheaper, 3G device is a little costlier, 4G it's a little costlier, 5G it's a little costlier, right? So now, as these devices get, you manufacture these devices, you need to think about the ecosystem cost in which they are going to operate. So if I'm a meter manufacturer, where am I manufacturing this meter? In which country? How much is the average per capita income? What is the money I can collect? Is important for the meter manufacturer to know that. Because, for example, if I create a 5G meter which is going to cost 3,000 rupees per meter against a 2G meter which is going to cost, say, $1,000. Now cost of implementation goes up, right? You can scale, but you can't scale at cost. But then look at the other part. 2G will get removed. So you don't have a choice to manufacture a 2G thing either, right? So again, your strategy needs to talk to the stack, needs to talk to the standardized part. Then comes a third stack, right? Which is your data lake. Now data collation, the analysis of it, the quality of it, how do you qualify the data which is coming? All these are not standardized today. Right? These are thumb rules put in by each organization. I'm sure L&T would have a different view of it, HCL has a different view of it, Sundaram Clayton has a different view of it. So each of these organizations have their own way to qualify a data that comes in. So assume all of us sitting here were automobile manufacturers. Toyota would not talk to a Hyundai, and Hyundai would not talk to a Maruti. Now, how will you create an ecosystem which is going to make all these cars talk to each other? Right? So who's going to qualify this data? Is there a central body that's standardizing data qualification? You don't have that, right? So you can't scale till that's brought to a level where between these players there is a standardized model through which this data gets qualified, analyzed and thrown out in the system, right? And then comes the rest of it, right? So orchestration between various elements in an X2X environment. When I say X2X, people, infrastructure, government, system integrators, IT companies, these are all part of the ecosystem. In an X2X environment, how do you bring scale and standardization, strategies, standardization and stack at a single level will define scale. And that will be the only challenge that you will face, right? And networks is a long-term strategy. What's your network ecosystem in a country? How is that scaling up over a period of time? And is my device ecosystem in line with that? Is something else that has to be thought through too. Because otherwise the device manufacturer is going to create a 6G product which is worth 5,000 rupees a meter, whereas India wants a product which is at 2,000 rupees a meter, right? So that's my view on this.
Perfect, thank you. Moving on to you, Mahesh, on the same topic of scale, right? Can you touch upon, because Rajni spoke about cloud and orchestration of all this data, right? But when you bring 1 million meters together, right, there is a lot of computation which is required. At the same time, you also need to be able to have contingency to handle all of this data concurrently, right? What kind of strategies can be thought about, right? And the challenges and opportunities when you have to look at scale with regards to computation.
Absolutely. Absolutely. As we see, developing or having an IoT platform with the 10 devices versus the IoT platform which will pump in data from the million devices, there is a huge difference. And that is what I think today most of the startups are at that particular stage where they have not gone to that scale, correct? And when they will go to that scale, the problems will be multiple, the challenges will be multiple. I just wanted to enlist few problems or the challenges. One is the, as you mentioned, interoperability of the devices or the systems is definitely one. The legacy system which Ravi Kiran mentioned, definitely that is a big challenge. There is no standards which is there, right? But this, when let's say even I solve it, and once I start pumping in huge amount of data, then how to handle this particular data is the biggest challenge, right? And if you don't have a proper data strategy, then definitely you will have a lot of data loss and your real benefit of your digitization will not be achieved. The another is the huge data, the big data, probably today you can handle, there are various different technologies, but how you can bring the data contextualization, correct? The meaningful data. And it's one of the example I wanted to give you when we were dealing with one of the US customers who is in the oil and gas, and he has a huge work orders which are manually created by the operators. Now, one is I can digitize that manual paper-based into digital, but that is just the part of the problem. Whatever data written in that, how I can contextualize, because the operator has certain meaning. And if I don't bring that meaning into the digital form, then none of my use case will get resolved. So that is another problem. So that is the huge kind of problem. The another problem, which is a very interesting things which we implement in L&T, one of the thing is fuel consumption or how to avoid the fuel theft. And you have to be one step ahead than your customer or your operator. Otherwise, they will definitely take all the advantage whatever you implement. So what we started, there was a lot of fuel pilferage used to happen and how to restrict it. So we say that, okay, we will standardize it. There should be rule like, okay, if the vehicle, let's say driven 3 kilometers per liter, I will charge, right? So 3 kilometer per liter could be the one. So we made that as a norms. But then the operators are much more smarter than us. What they were doing is that they started, making it little bit changes in their particular distances. So we put the GPS coordinates. Now at least I know the distances they are traveling. But they are even more smart. They were driving it, but then whatever the reverse which happens, right? If you take the fuel to the engine, and from engine, sometimes the reverse fuel is fed back. That theft was happening, and that they were doing it. Now, even if you solve this kind of problems, then the operator is thinking in much more different way, right? And likewise, unless and until you implement your technologies much more fine-tuned, then only it will solve. But one of the big advantage is that whatever the driver wages were there, which was happening due to the pilferage, that also got corrected. So there is a human angle as compared to the technology also.
Perfect. Thank you. I think we have another 10 minutes. So what I will quickly do is ask one other question, then we'll open it up for a quick Q&A. One quick topic, two topics I just wanted to quickly cover, right? One is security. Do we need to be worried about our security? Because we're talking about machines talking to each other, taking all this data, putting it on the cloud. There is 5G, and you're talking about SORA as a new technology today where it's like, you give a text and it's just a video for you, etc. Right? Do we need to really be worried about data security and data security, right? Maybe what I'll do is I'll go to Ravi about this. He's the chief data officer. So let's ask Ravi's opinion on security.
Yeah, it is very important because, as I said, OT side, basically this is between IT and OT. IT, we update the patches every day, or we have every weekly patch update cycle and all. But for OT equipment, we don't have that actually. So it has come 30 years, 40 years before, and never upgraded, never BIOS upgraded, never inventory is taken care of it. So that is one. And as I said, these days, these attacks more on OT side, because somehow we are matured enough now to take care of IT side, but OT side is not really, focused. From an information security point of view, we always say confidentiality, integrity, availability is the key words which we say. But in that, confidentiality is the highest priority when it comes to a IT side. Okay. But if you go to OT, manufacturing guys, plant side, if you go and speak with information about information security, that may not be the priority for them. Priority for them on the OT side is availability. What is my takt time? How much production time I lost? How much production I have given it? So there is a very thin line between this IT, OT security. So security is very important. And especially connecting with a 5G connectivity, not that every product will work seamlessly. Though we say that no, we are starting 5G wireless and all, but most of the time these protocols issues, these ports opening issues, and it has to be integrated with our local firewall also, because we would have bought some different firewall. So we are bringing a product like Microsoft Defender or Clarity, Nizomi. So many products are there from OT side which will give us security, but many challenges we will face it when really you start using it. And as I said, proof of concept or technology really is important before we go further on this.
Perfect. So basically, from an industry perspective and also probably as individuals, right, we do really need to know what products we are using so that there is have some basic understanding of inherent security, right? So we know which data we are sharing, how it needs to be done, right? So we can take the precautions ourselves to prevent any kind of data loss. Another quick question before we open it up is, I want to ask Dr. Sai on this, is what kind of skills are required, Sai? We have a lot of graduates here, we have folks from college and universities, right? What kind of skills are required for them to be actually part of this wave of IoT, AI and 5G basically?
Yeah, it's a good point, Ashwin. See, like we are seeing a lot of courses have come, like we have a bachelor's course specialized in AI and data science. you have bachelor course specialized in cybersecurity, IoT, but things are changing so fast here. And most of the times, like people use AI as a black box, right? We are just using it as a service. We are already, there are something built, we'll take it and we'll try to adapt it, right? So that is to a level, a learning level, awareness level, that is fine. But when you want to really bring that into a product or bring that into use, there's much more things are to be there. So don't restrict only with the software part of the layer or it. You need to get, if you want to specialize more into the algorithm, you need to be more specialized in the statistics and mathematics of it. If you are getting into more into implementation of it, you should know what a processor is, what is the architecture, where, how it is being processed, how you can implement your AI as an power aware or a memory aware in your any system, right? You should be able to optimize the power. You should be able to optimize your memory, right? Because things are going to be here. There are few components to it, right? One is a payload from where the data comes. Other is a computing power. Other is a memory. Other is a connectivity, right? All things need not be in the same place. Now it is all can be in a multiple place. And your AI system can run in multiple. You can partition it, right? We should be knowing what amount of my AI I can run as a software, how much I can run as a hardware, right? I can use an AI chips are there, right? AI accelerators are there, right? You are bringing AI chips, AI accelerators, what? So that level of partitioning is what now when we take it to one thing, as in a server, there are two parts to an AI, right? One is a training part, inference part. We have achieved a good level of maturity in the training. We have a cloud, we have like a large GPU servers, right? We have achieved it, right? We are able to solve very, very complex problem. More than the real world problem, we have solved a complex problem. Now, getting into a device. Can I use the same server in my car? Cannot, right? Can I send live stream my LiDAR data or a camera, high definition camera to a cloud and process? We cannot, right? Even there is some latency happen. So it has to run on your device. The device may be a mobile, or device may be your car, right? Or device may be anything, your camera or anything. So for any AI engineer, having a knowledge on IoT platforms, right? IoT platform where you are going to implement it, that knowledge is very, very important, rather just a software part of it.
Fantastic. So you hit the nail on the head. So basically, in order to be able to develop for any of these technologies and do it at scale, it is not about just being able to do your little part, but being aware of all the other pieces which are part of the puzzle so that you can deliver the best technology possible. So fantastic. Thank you all, gentlemen, for your time. But before we wrap, I think we can take a few questions. If you have any questions from the audience, feel free to shoot. We can take a couple of questions because I think otherwise we'll run out of time. So any questions, please? Can we have a mic? Oh.
Good afternoon all, great discussion. Thanks for all the panelists. I'm Jayharan, part of Mahesh's team. This is a question to Rajneesh. So basically we have a lot of edge devices which stream data in 2G spectrum. Now tomorrow is the day where we are going to adopt 5G. Assume a case that I don't want to capitalize all the functionalities of 5G, but just want to migrate all my edge devices from 2G to 5G. Is there a way like a simple adapter which can convert the 2G devices to a 5G one? Is there a simple way of doing things?
If your question is there an adapter, there are in certain devices there are adapters. There are via media solution. But the question for you here is two things, right? One, if I am putting this adapter, will the cost of putting that adapter and then again migrating into a full-fledged 5G solution, what would be that cost versus directly migrating into a device which is futuristic? So which means I have a legacy system which is running in one factory, but my next factory can have a futuristic system while I keep moving the devices facing it out. The second thing I'll say, and that's to the previous question even Ashwin was asking, is about how you plan your network. At your level, you would not go with one technology per se. So I don't think I'm deselling what I do, but I sell all kind of technologies, right? So I would say that, for example, if you're looking at remote, I would say put in satellite, right? There is now low Earth orbiting satellites which are coming up. So I would look at an ecosystem which is very cost effective for that. I would look at 5G for an ecosystem which is relevant to that use case. For example, low latency, high throughput cases where I need constant information going back. And then I would always look at the cost from a 5-year perspective and not an immediate migration perspective, because immediate costs, in my view, will not sit in your business case. It will sit in your solution. Matlab, I can have a solution to sort out your current problem, but if you take it to your boss, he will rule it out saying, boss, the cost is too high, right? So that's the risk you will run. So my suggestion always would be to create a business case as 5 years, 6 years down the line. Plan the ecosystem, which is what my previous point was. If your stack, strategy and your standardization don't match, you will have bits and pieces solutions and you will never be able to integrate in the end. That's my view of it.
Perfect, thank you.
Hi, thank you so much. The discussion was very enlightening. I'm Subhashri from Zifo. So I currently deal with a lot of digitalization initiatives in pharma. So there's a lot of talk about FAIR, how we need to things automate and optimize and orchestrate all the events. So when I'm hearing all of these 5G, AI, and all of these different components in the ecosystem that bring it up, I'm thinking about the life cycle of the systems, When I'm seeing in pharma, the life cycle of the tools that we're working with, we deal with ELNs, LIMS, and a variety of them. It is not very long. You described 30-year life cycle. I can only handfully, pick out 2 or 3 of such tools in that space of pharma industry that have such a big life cycle. So I'm seeing tools with the life cycle averaging of 12 years. So now, although this whole setup is trying to be more sustainable, trying to increase the productivity, are we really being sustainable in the long run? Because I'm thinking about carbon footprint. I'm thinking about after 10 years, 15 years down the line, I'll probably have to do another digital transformation because turns out the other tool has reached the end of the cycle. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, very good question. And definitely there is a challenge because technology is changing much more at a faster pace. Today, whatever you are learning or whatever the model which you have implemented, within 6 weeks, I'm finding there is another model coming in which is much more effective and you will have to adopt to that. And we have seen this in various different cases. When we implemented various different, whether it is a computer vision algorithms or whether it is a generative AI, which is anyway it's much more at the advanced. Definitely, but all these new models or changes are bringing the advantage. And that's why you have the option to continue with the old one, but definitely there will be a drawbacks, which definitely you will have to someday switch. So the life cycle will be shorter, definitely. And that is the trend which will still happen because the new technology, the way it is coming at the faster speed is much more higher. And definitely sustainability is a big problem because even to run the chat GPT or any kind of things, I'm burning much more carbon emission than what I'm doing it. So that is a real also the question. And I think the industry will solve this particular problem, mainly with the generative AI.
I'll add a couple of more things. The industry is genuinely becoming energy conscious. Like for example, 5G runs on LTE. I'm not sure if you read about a technology which is 5G NR. It's 5G new radio, right? 5G new radio consumes less energy than 5G LTE. So, and we as organizations, we all carry energy targets. So we are putting towards efforts towards getting into a much more less carbon emission part. Second answer to your question is, look, for example, let's take your use case is say cattle monitoring, right? Monitoring the cattle as a use case is not going to change even in 12 years. But what will change is the add-ons of your expectations from the cattle, right? Initially, I started off the use case as I want to monitor the cattle. Then I decided I want to know what the cattle eat. Then I want to know when the cattle having a reproductive cycle, which is the best cycle for it to have to mate, right? For example, if that's what you're starting to build on, you are adding elements to your cost, but you're not removing the core reason why you started off the automation, right? That never changes. The reason why you started the activity always remains that the cattle needs to be tracked. It can be tracked on an NB-IoT small device, and if your use case remains that for the next 12 years, it remains that for the next 12 years. The efficiency and the cost starts adding up as you start expecting that that cattle needs to give you more information. And that information has a cost. That's the point I'm making. So you put your photograph on Instagram, it comes with a cost, right? That's the same cost that you pay for the additional information you want from the cow. That's the thought I'll leave on this note.
I'll just add to that cattle story one other bit, right? He spoke about what the cattle eats. I'll tell you a real life scenario of a project we were all involved in. You won't believe measuring the amount of water cattle drinks, right, actually relates to the health of the cattle. Okay, and why that data is important, and that will not change, that will only improve going forward, is actually it improves the efficiency and the productivity of the larger systems you are building. Traditionally, we never had systems, the efficiency was more from the human, correct? Today, it's about the machines, how effectively we are using those machines. So that becomes important. How do we measure that? And how things are moving, right? So that's basically the biggest change. So in the end of all of this, it's about how we are going to manage change, how we as individuals are going to adapt to that change, along with whatever tech is basically changing. Because every day you will have new tech, but doesn't mean that you're going to change to that new tech. That we are still going to be years behind adapting that, right? When that becomes faster, then things will actually become even more better for all of us. So with that, thank you all gentlemen for your time, and it was a pleasure to host this along with all of you, to have this discussion, and thank you audience. Can you please all give a round of applause for the gentlemen here. Thank you.
Check. Thank you so much. I kindly request all the panelists to be seated. I kindly request Mr. Venkatachalapathy to kindly join us on the dais to honor our panelists and our moderator. First, we'd like to welcome our moderator, Mr. Ashwin Desikan, to kindly join us forward. I'm so sorry. We'd like to welcome Dr. Sai Narayanan Gopalakrishnan. Sorry for the inconvenience, sir. Can we have a huge round of applause for Dr. Sai Narayanan Gopalakrishnan? We have a special surprise of a picture that is taken right now for you instantly, which is shared to each one of you. I request Mr. Rajneesh Shashidharan. Mr. Mahesh Mahajan. Correct, sir. Correct. And now we'd like to welcome Rajneesh Sasidharan. And now finally we have the moderator, Mr. Ashwin Desikan. Can we have a huge round of applause for him, please? Yes. We'll take a group picture. So we have a Thanksgiving gift and memento for all of you, and hope you found them useful to you. We'd like to gift it to everybody, and we'll take one group picture with all of you. We'll take a group picture. Thank you so much to all our panelists, moderator, and Mr. Venkatalapati for doing the honors. I kindly request our panelists to kindly make yourself comfortable for our next session, if you have the time to spare with us. So we'll take a few seconds to set the stage for our next itinerary on our agenda. The members who like to stay back in the hall are requested to sit back. Once the session begins, we don't want the walking around to happen. So please, we request the members to either be seated if you like to stay back with us for the next session. And the topic is going to be AI in aviation. So our next topic is going to be AI in aviation. So we're going to be having a fireside chat, and we're going to be having our two speakers on the dais. One is going to be CP Joyce. A few words about the speaker. CP Joyce, the founder of Aviair Aero, is a multifaceted professional with a profound passion for aviation. As a pilot and an assistant professor of aeronautics at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, he combines practical experience with academic insight to educate and inspire the next generation of aviation enthusiasts and professionals. And our other speaker is going to be Divya Manchanda, who's the chief of Airworthiness and head of operation E-Plane AI, who's going to be the moderator for the session. She's a leader in aviation technology with a focus on safety and efficiency. She oversees airworthiness standards and operational excellence. Manchanda's expertise drives E-Plane AI in revolutionizing the aviation industry with innovative solutions for enhanced safety and performance. So can we all put our hands together to welcome for the fireside chat with Divya Manchanda being the moderator and CP Joyce joining us on the other side. Can we have a huge round of applause to welcome them both onto the dais, please? A very warm welcome to both of you. Kindly request you to make yourself comfortable. And the stage is all yours.
Am I audible?
Hello.
Great. All right. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this fireside chat session on AI in aviation. And welcome back to India, CP.
Thank you.
Or rather, I should say, welcome back to land. You finally landed. So a little bit about CP is that, half the time he's up in the air. He's either traveling on business assignments, or he is flying charter airplanes, or he is doing recreational flying. And when he is not up in the air and he's on the ground, he is teaching people how to design, how to fly aircraft. He is also building his own simulators in the basement of his house. He has, and on top of all of this, he just happens to be the CTO and the CIO for the last 30 years. So a very, very vast background, and I think I'm quite excited about this discussion, learning much about how AI can be leveraged in aviation from him. So thank you, CP. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Firstly, it's always wonderful to be talking to another aviator. So I deem that an honor. And thanks for having me here. I flew in yesterday night, completely excited to be a part of this. So thank you.
Yeah, he is a bit jet lagged.
Indeed, I am. So I guess when you're passionate about aviation, you can't complain about jet lag anymore. So.
Yeah. I completely understand where you're coming from. And even though his name is CP Joyce, I have decided to call him Charlie Papa, as we call it in aviation. These are the terminologies. And I have known Charlie Papa for all of, I think, more than an hour. And aviation kind of attracts you and pulls you into, just being connected and wanting to know more. So it just feels like I've known him for a long time.
Thank you.
Okay, so why are we having this topic of AI in aviation? So when we think about the word AI, a couple of things come into your mind, and probably in the audience, if I just throw out the word artificial intelligence, just tell me what are the words that come to your mind? Anybody, anything? Anyone? Have you all heard about artificial intelligence? Yes, I see a lot of nods. So what is that one thing that comes to your mind? Any word? Innovation, automation, data sets, algorithms, correct? And big data, precision algorithms, language processing models, etc., right? And when we talk about aviation, okay, that's an easy one. Does anybody want to come up with any words that come to your mind? Pilots, aircraft, airport, correct? And cabin crew, and all of these airport operations, ATCs, right? So what happens when you combine both of them, and what is the need of artificial intelligence in aviation? Now, back in the days, aviation was all about, few number of flights. You started off with Indian Airlines, which was called Vayodut, and slowly, gradually, you have a lot of flights. And as on today in India, we have 6,000 flights every day. The number of ATC controllers that are controlling this are just 4,000. And as we move along, the volumes in the air are only going to increase and increase massively, because the amount of domestic and international travel that is going to happen from India is tremendous. So how are you going to handle all of this, right? And that is where AI is going to come into aviation. And now I'm going to throw this thing to Charlie Papa, and I'm going to ask him that AI entered aviation a long time ago. But what do you think has been the adoption of AI in aviation? Has it been great? Has it been very restrictive? What are your opinions?
I think there are some fundamental differences to think through. Number one, indeed, intelligence entered aviation a long time ago. It dates back to the early 30s. We're not even talking a decade or 2 decades ago. But intelligence is a very nuanced term. It's got several definitions when you talk about intelligence. What we describe as AI today, when you go back in history, you would talk about intelligence. The first thing that comes to most people's minds would be the autopilot, right? But we had radio navigation, we have had flight management computers, we have had the autopilot systems, we have instrument landing systems that land your airplanes to a point. And there are several versions of intelligence within the aircraft. But outside the aircraft, I used to work for United Airlines, and we ran crew pairing algorithms for a month before we could create a roster for the entire month in a global airline. Flight planning, intelligence in flight planning, flight trajectory, flight routing, fuel planning, cargo balancing, calculating weight and balance in airplanes. I think intelligence took many forms and was always present, and therefore adoption almost began with the maturity of the technology and the ability to implement it. But what we talk about AI today is somewhat nuanced and very different, and I'll tell you what the distinction is. All the things that I just spoke about in terms of intelligence in the years that have gone by, historically, have been programmed into the airplane, into a system, into the operation, air traffic management, for example, right? We wrote the rules, we knew it worked for the human, so we programmed it, and programmatically we ran the operation. So that was the intelligence we distilled in our heads, and we plugged it in through programmatic character. What we expect AI to do or machine learning to do today is somewhat different. And that, I think, is a fundamental difference between what has happened and what is happening today. We expect the software, the program, to learn on its own the rules that we initially were feeding it, hoping that it will be better than what it used to be before. So we give it a data set, and we allow for it to watch for patterns and distill the patterns out, and that's what it uses to run. Therefore, we are not intervening as humans anymore. Secondly, we believe that it can get better with every passing iteration. So every day, we expect it will learn and therefore make itself better. That is the difference between what we adopted for the past 70 years and what is now coming up on the anvil for aviation or for any other industry to adopt. The ability to learn from data what we're observing, and the ability to apply it and iterate through it and get better with every passing day. I don't think that has ever happened. So adoption has always been rapid because it's driven by need. But I think what we're talking about today is somewhat beyond what we have done in the past.
Right. But when we're talking about data sets and being able to process large amounts of data sets and kind of do predictive analysis on it, do you think that it has largely been restricted only at the aircraft level? Because you come from experience of having worked in a number of airlines and in a different verticals like flight operations, ground operations. So for instance, I'll tell you way back in my journey in Jet Airways, one of the key things that we wanted AI or rather machine learning in the beginning to come in was disaster management. And disaster management, I don't mean that an aircraft has just gone down and crashed. Disaster management is that, today the weather is not doing good and now the flights have to be diverted. And a lot of people may not know this, but there is a lot of commotion that goes on behind when a flight has to be diverted. So there are multiple people who need to come into the picture and, work together with each other to make that one diversion happen. And that has cost implications also. Because now, the customer is going to come back and say, hey, pay me back for my flight, etc., etc. So there are a lot of departments that come in. So when we talk about these verticals in the organizations, do you think they have adopted AI fairly well?
That's a very good question. In fact, in my opinion, it's far more easier and it has been far more possible for the other departments to adopt technology. And I'll stop short of AI because of the distinction I just brought up, but use technology to operate all of those functions. For example, irregular operations as you define it in a crisis. And I live in Chicago, so there is a weather crisis almost every winter. It's a common thing out there. And so when you have to go through irregular operations of any kind, we call it IR ops, and then we reroute, we cancel, we divert planes, we end up rebooking passengers. There are ground halts, we reroute aircraft. Then bringing on a global carrier to bring all the planes back to where they needed to be, a failure that Southwest experienced about 2 years ago, and they could not bring all the planes back together, is a fairly common thing. 25 years ago, I had a team that would write mathematical, statistical algorithms and run it on computational power, right? So we were perhaps adopting more of ultimately all AI is statistics based. Just that the human is observing the pattern and programming it into the code rather than allowing the software to absorb its own patterns, basically. But we were doing all that 25 years ago. Airport operations, centralization of skills within the airport, not allocating manpower to every gate or every group of gates, but centralizing the pool, saving costs, especially when we went through the years of 2001 and beyond when airlines were struggling. We did more of this than ever before. And I think they were more open, and I think it was more feasible to adopt any form of technology, including intelligence in the way we are describing it, in those functions, rather than inside the aircraft, especially on the flight deck. outside the flight deck, for example, you could apply a lot more AI even today. It's far more easier than to begin to adopt it inside the flight deck. Just given the nature of regulatory approvals you need, safety, risk mitigation, acceptance by the passenger, acceptance by the flight crew, the ability to handle a crisis when automation or autonomy is taken away from the pilot. I think in those circumstances, it becomes a little harder to adopt it fast enough, but I think it's a matter of time before it does get adopted. But other functions within inside ground operations, cargo operations, flight operations, the network operations center, all of these were always able to, and I think they've done fairly well. For that matter, even before we anticipated a crisis of any kind, the ground rerouting programs, the ground halt programs, the irregular operations algorithms would all begin to run hours before the actual crisis hit. And they were just mathematical algorithms, rebooking passengers, rerouting planes, recovering planes, repositioning planes. Sometimes we were repositioning planes 2 days in advance. And so, yes, they were far, far ahead of the rest of the ecosystem in adopting intelligence as part of their day-to-day operations.
Wow. So do you think that this insight is more from US per se, or is this a trend that you've seen all over the world?
I think it's a trend where there is demand. It's not, I think, geographical at all. As soon as India began to see this upsurge in its economy, as soon as you began to see more airplanes in the sky, as soon as you began to feel the demand on air traffic control, you didn't have this many planes in the sky 25 years ago. You would have 4 scheduled flights going up and down, and my father would travel frequently, and I would know exactly which time what flight took off, and most times they may be delayed, but it was okay. There is not being caused by the number of planes in the sky. Yesterday in Frankfurt, we missed our takeoff slot by 15 minutes, and we were on the ground for an hour and a half because there was only one corridor open, and that corridor was towards the south. And every plane was departing to the south. We just couldn't even get in line. And the other corridors were blocked off because of weather, and we could not use them. It cost us 2 hours just because we couldn't push back, and we had bags to load for about 15 minutes past our departure time. So when demand builds up, I think solutions will be needed, and that's when you begin to adopt it. When you talk of irregular ops, 10 years ago in India, I don't think you'd be thinking of irregular ops. Today, with the load you're talking about, 6,000 planes in the sky, especially over central India. Every plane goes to central India. If you see Flight Radar 24, you'll see the beeline of airplanes over the Indian geographical map, and you'll see how much that has changed in historical terms from 10 years ago to today. So as soon as demand shows up, solutions will be needed, and therefore adoption becomes key. That evolution, I think, is more driven by necessity rather than the fact that the technology was available, not available, or computational power is cheap or not so cheap. As soon as you need it, you'll find a solution for it. Airports are small. Today, if you go to Bangalore Airport or Chennai Airport, there are not enough gates there to park planes. They're being parked everywhere around the airport tarmac. So you'll be forced to adopt newer methods of then managing that. So that's, I think, how the evolution happens.
Right. And it's interesting that you brought up the topic of airports and the perfect example, because I think Bangalore Airport is, it's the hub of innovation in India, and it's adopted technology in a massive and a great way, right? It attracts people from all over the world, and they've expanded also in a big way recently. So, but what are the implications of doing too much of AI when it comes to customer or passenger experience, right? So for example, in Bangalore Airport, I'm still, even though I'm a big ardent fan of technology, but when they talk about, doing face recognition to enter the airport, I'm still a bit more skeptical about doing that. So when we're talking about AI coming into, in airport operations and airline operations, how much do you think that this can be adopted by the customer, and where should the line be drawn?
I think as a pilot yourself, I was going to ask you that question myself, in fact. But my perspective is this: there's a fine balance between overdoing something and not using it. And that line is defined by, I think, safety and risk. So where the two lines cross over on a chart, where risk exceeds benefit, is the time you got to stop. Whether that's inside the airplane, outside the airplane, in an airport, outside the airport. We saw incidents with the 737 MAX recently, and a lot of it was taken away the override capability of those pilots within the cockpit and cause an incident. At what point does automation of any kind, AI or non-AI, it doesn't even have to be AI, if you just use routine automation to do something and it fails, what is the risk that you carry with that? To me, personally, once risk exceeds the benefit, then you got to stop implementing it any further. It does take some time to use any technology and make sure it's reliable and repeatable. So right now, if you flow through most of the foreign airports, you'll find international airports are scanning your face, but they're not using it entirely to actually say, I won't look at your passport. They still look at your passport, and they'll also scan your face to make sure that it's doing what it's supposed to do. And that trial may run for the next 20 years before we say it's ready for prime time. Self-driving cars, we talk about it. I mean, they're not ready for prime time. They've been talking about it for 15 years at least now. Someday they may be, maybe they never will be, right? But the risk-benefit ratio is what, to me, guides the acceptance and the adoption of any technology. Once risk exceeds the benefit, I think we're better off not using it at that point in time. Otherwise, you'll see incidents which has two problems. One is the incident is bad enough, it's enough damage, but it also takes away people's confidence in technology itself. A long time after the 737 incidents happened, many people are very wary. Until then, most of the flying population doesn't really want to know what airplane they're flying on. Some of us airplane fanatics may want to know exactly what aircraft you're on. Most of them fly with the extreme confidence that if you're bored, I will be safe and I'll land in time and I'll land safely. They don't want to know the nuances of what engines it's carrying and who's flying and who manufactured the airplane and so on and so forth. But the minute you do this, now everybody's asking, am I flying a MAX? I don't want to fly today. So they started booking flights which were not MAX oriented. So you see that the deterioration in people's confidence, that's where it takes a hit. And to recover the technology is easy, but to regain people's confidence is very hard. So I would always err on the side of safety to say, if I'm going to hurt any confidence anywhere by any standard, then I would rather hold back.
Right. And even when you were coming from the pilot's perspective, the same question, right? I think pilots by design have been trained to, fly the aircraft. And we love to fly the aircraft, right? We love to feel the aircraft and fly the aircraft. But there comes a point where I also know as a pilot that, I not only have to fly the aircraft, but I also have to talk to the ATC. I have to make sure the passengers are doing okay. I have to speak to the cabin crew. I have to look at my next procedure. I need to know what is the weather at the next airport. I have multitude of functions that I need to perform. But the biggest function is what for the pilot? The biggest function is to be able to make decisions. So if my sundry work in the cockpit can be automated and I can be a decision maker, and when you say that, as long as the risk is not taking over safety, then it's all fine, right?
In fact, in cockpits today, you see a lot of technology. Part of the problem today with having too much technology in the cockpit is it can be distracting. And I see this. There are several case studies, especially in general aviation, which is not non-commercial, but it could be commercial. But if you fly smaller planes, there are many pilots who are entirely distracted with having an iPad, a telephone, a smartphone, the GPS unit in the cockpit itself, all the electronics, they're all supplementary. They're all there to help you, assist you with decreasing workload, right? So that you can focus on what's important as a pilot. When that workload begins to increase, and an example I'll give you this, iPads tend to heat very quickly, and they're not certified for primary flight. But as soon as iPad starts to heat, the smartphone becomes your backup, or your multiple GPS units in the cockpit all don't show the exact same information, the lack of coherence, as we say. Now the pilot's gotten busy figuring out why all these things are not matching up, or why this thing is not working, or it's not connecting. I have personally seen this distraction in the cockpit. What that does, now it's quickly taken away from being helpful, assistive devices, to becoming a distraction in the cockpit. Now he or she is not looking outside anymore to fly, or focused on what is truly important, which is to aviate, navigate, and communicate. Now you're focused on all the electronics you're carrying in the cockpit, and more we use. People have watches on them. They have the smartphone, they have the iPads, they have the GTN 750s, they have all these devices. It just takes one distraction to cause an incident. So they're helpful to a point, At some point, it starts to become a distraction.
Right. Okay, so a lot of you may not know that Charlie Papa has, yeah, I mean, I did mention it in the beginning of the chat that, you know, he's built simulators in the basement of his house. But he started this journey, I think, way back in 1997.
I've been in simulators since I was 17. In 82
Okay.
was my first experience with simulators.
Right. Okay. So even way back, right? So he's had this very ardent journey, and he's also started his journey as a software engineer, a technologist. He's been very fascinated with electronic boards and things like that. And when he amalgamated all of his learning experience with his love for passion, that's where the simulators were born. And you've spent crazy number of years in building simulators. What do you see as a problem in the current simulators? And how do you think artificial intelligence can be brought in to make simulators better?
I think there are no problems as such with current day simulator. In fact, current day may be a wrong reference, because if you look at it 20 years ago, even 10 years ago, the fidelity, as we use the term in aviation, the fidelity of a simulator is what is most important. A lot of research got done for 40 years between 1950 and 1975, 1980 as to how can we improve fidelity. Questions in research were all about, is fidelity important? Is a motion platform required? Can we learn without it? So these questions were all primary at that point in time. But if anyone who goes back in history in aviation, today's least expensive simulators that anyone can acquire or have access to have far more capabilities than some of the best airline simulators had back in the 70s. Why? Because computational power, computers have gotten so much better, they become cheaper, memory is cheap, storage is cheap, manufacturing these devices have become a lot simpler. So you can buy a basic air training device or an advanced aviation training device for little or no money nowadays. It's not expensive. And so students can afford one or get access to one, given that the level of the quality of simulation has definitely gone up in leaps and bounds. What pilots could not have access to 40, 50 years ago, any youth can have access to today in their own home if they just buy a $49 package. So it's not very hard to do that today. What is essential, though, is to turn them around and make them real aids to cutting cost and cutting time, which has been my primary driver for all the study, the research, the design, the build, and all the hours I put into flight simulation work, to see if we can truly cut down the cost of training. Many students depart aviation because they can't afford it. It's very, very expensive. You know this personally. And it's very expensive. Many people drop out. You need to fly every day when you're training. Otherwise, you lose muscle memory. It takes you 2 years to get there. And finally, you'll give up because you run out of cash at the time. So my goal was to see if we could improve that situation. In the process of that, yes, I prototyped multiple generations of simulators from small to large. And what I find to be most useful is regulatory change. I think that has to change. Simulators are more than capable today to train a student from 0 to 60 to get his or her license completely. Will regulations accept it? Perhaps not today. And therefore, that's one thing that needs to shift. But when it comes to AI or learning management within inside a simulator, the capability exists within simulators today to advance the notion of realistic, real-time, adaptive simulation. It's not a one-size-fits-all for you and I. If you're learning a certain way, it begins to build the intensity of simulation on you differently than it would do for me. On the other side, when pilots go back in for recurrent training, you can observe and notice over a period of time if my skills are degrading. If I am degrading my skills, in many accident studies, you'll find that a person was already making those mistakes in the simulator. We let it go, and then it happened in the real world and caused a damage, right? So can we observe that and keep records of it to really focus on what's needed for that individual and not have a one-size-fits-all type model? Personally, I think that's the best spot for AI and learning management to work, customizing training to the needs of the individual. So it's never going to be a one-size-fits-all. It's never going to be training the same person, every person on the same things constantly. Beyond that, what I'm right now focused on is to be able to tap into a simulator, drill a hole in the simulator data stream, tap into the data, pull out the data, apply machine learning to it, and learn what exactly a student pilot or a recurrent training pilot is doing, and use that to feed back the loop to advance the nature of what training I'm providing you. the patterns that are showing up are far more granular, higher resolution in terms of data, that I can know more about you through observing your data stream than an examiner sitting next to you watching you fly. There's only so much a human eye can comprehend. We'll know that you have either done well or not done well. How well you did, how many changes did you have to make? For example, on a landing, if you landed perfectly in a straight line, they'll say you pass. Now, did you do it with ease or did you do it with difficulty? That only a machine can tell you. Because the examiner is only saying, well, did you complete or not complete? I think you're okay. But the machine can tell you a little bit more than the examiner is watching you do. So to me right now, that's the largest power, and computational power exists today to process that level of data, which we didn't have 40 years ago. So if there's opportunity in the world of simulation, it is exactly that, tapping into the data stream in real time to customize training as we provide it to you, to focus on the very weaknesses that you're showing or demonstrating, and not just training on something you've already done well.
Yeah, I think that's a brilliant point that you've touched upon, because while you were talking, it was taking me back to my training days in the simulator, and I was just wondering, one of the key things that always came, actually a couple of things. One was, the trainer always like coming and telling you that, hey, you did this the last time, okay, let me look it up, and you're repeating this mistake again. I would want that as a pilot. I would want that, I'm corrected and all those things. So if all of that can be modeled from your history and told to me well in advance, it can better the pilots. It can also help the trainers in formulating better training programs. The other thing that I think the simulators, in my opinion, lacked were that it's not a very realistic environment to fly in, right? Because when we would take off in the simulator, and let's say you're doing a visual pattern is not really very realistic. One of the points that one would really struggle with when you would actually get into the real aircraft. The second thing is the weather. So let's say if I have to simulate weather in the simulator, if you have to show fog is not consistent everywhere, right? So it's a bit light and then it becomes deeper, and the way you see and feel fog in the aircraft is very different. The third thing is in your landings, the G-force, it's all very artificial, but the actual G-forces, the actual effect of the crosswinds, etc., they're extremely different, right, from a pilot's perspective, and I think you will second that. So how do you think that artificial intelligence can help in those regards?
I think today that has changed even without AI. The ability for graphical power units, the GPUs that run graphics on a machine have come leaps and bounds. NVIDIA, like companies, have done fascinating work. And so you see the cards exist, the power exists, the computational power exists. So you're able to generate shaders of all kinds. Weather simulation on a simulator exceeds anything. High resolution displays can demonstrate fog in so many gradation levels that you can't even tell the difference between real world fog and simulator fog. Precipitation, rain, snow, winds, crosswinds, shears, wind shears in the air, all of that modeling is done really well. The presentation of that is where AI can help, though, because it can't be just random, right? We used to force an event in simulators before. You don't need to do that today. It really can do it at the time when it's most needed. And weather modeling, by drawing weather data from aviation weather sources, is almost near precise. The challenge, I think, even back then, was not that the technology was not there to present weather in a realistic way. The computational capability was not there for it to power through all of that. So instead of slowing down the simulation, you would see stuttering simulators otherwise. Instead of that, you would lessen the load, thereby degrade the visual, but let it flow seamlessly to the pilot in training, right? Today, you can have both. Have good performance and yet high resolution, and present it on LED displays, and you won't tell the difference. So all that's there. But the moment it's to be presented has to be guided by what I told you before. Present it to the student at the point that the trainee will feel it the most. Where were they going wrong the last time? On an emergency procedure in a takeoff, if you do an engine shutdown or a flame out on an engine, you really want to present it at the time when you found them to be the weakest. So that presentation needs to be AI enabled, right? Only then that intelligence carries through. The other thing research has shown is with age, complacency builds in. You believe you're a good driver because you've driven so many years. You see a number of pilots who have 20,000 hours of flying time make a mistake. In a small plane sometimes, flying recreationally, how can that be? People ask. It does happen. You get overconfident. You believe, I can power through this. I've done it for so many years. So complacency builds in, or bad habits come through. If Tiger Woods as a golfer needs to unlearn his swing and relearn his swing multiple times in his golf career, you need to ensure that you have to be able to retrain pilots to come back and learn their flying multiple times over.
Sure, thanks. And I would like to throw some questions to the audience over here. If anybody has anything. Oh, great, that was a quick one.
Thank you. It was great listening to you both. And then I actually had a question, but you answered it really well. So it's going to be a comment more than a question. So I was thinking like when AI is coming in, or for that matter, any technology is coming in, should we even jump into it and then see what it is going to offer for an aviation industry? Because it's very scary for a flight. And you also touched upon 737 MAX. So when an MCAS system, it is only a sensor which was not working, and it was very terrible results. So the question was like, should we even jump into this because we have a new technology and you answered it really, really well. So we don't have to, because you have a risk versus result ratio, and if the risk is going to be worse than the safety, then you shouldn't take it up. So it was great. It was going to be a question, but got to do a comment.
So I'll just make one quick comment on this 737 MAX incident, right? Two of them which happened within a gap of 4 months, right? Indonesia and Ethiopian Airlines. So MCAS was a system which was designed that, in case the aircraft is sensing a very high angle of attack, which was in manual flying, by the angle of attack sensor, and it was only dependent on the sensor from one angle of attack unit when there are two of them. So that particular angle of attack sensor, so what it does is, MCAS does is, when it's sensing that, it automatically pitches the nose down. And then that angle of attack sensor was not working. Right. So the aircraft just went into, kept putting the nose down, yeah. And the pilot Otherwise was trying to recover, but they were not able to. And then ultimately it resulted in a fatal accident. Yeah. So there were like two coins of thoughts that came from different facets of the industry. So there was this very famous aviation journalist back then who put the entire blame on the pilot, saying that because the industry has always been built, the aircrafts were designed and built in a way that, any kind of critical failure or multiple failures happen, you've been given your QRH or the checklist to, take care of them. And the pilot is supposed to take care of them based on the trainings we get, right? So you just go through the checklist items, and you should know, you should also know and remember which checklist that you have to refer to. The other side of the story were people like, I think a lot of you would know about Captain Sully. We've all watched the movie. Yeah, and he clearly said it's a death trap. Those were his words in the article. It's a death trap because the designers, the Boeing people, they didn't build redundancy into the system, and it's completely dependent on the pilots, taking a call on it. And I think Charlie Papa can comment.
I think those perspectives are all valid, right? When incidents happen, you gain a lot of perspectives. The Professor Reason, James Reason, proposed a model several years ago. It's called the Swiss cheese model. If you've seen Swiss cheese, you see holes in the cheese, right? When all the holes come together and they align, then you'll see an incident happen. It's never one thing on its own that causes an accident, right? Anywhere. It's a series of things that come together, perfect storm, then you'll absolutely have an incident happen. On that day, if you look at the entire history of that incident, or take the Cali-Columbia American Airlines 965 crash, or any one of these incidents, you will always observe in an accident report, if you let research flow through, you'll find several things came together at one time. The angle of attack sensor is one thing, the lack of an override capability is the second thing, training not being needed, the fact that Boeing said there's no more additional training required, people can fly because they've flown the prior 737, you can be fine. If you see the two, I have a picture on my phone with the engines of a 737-100 and a 737 MAX side by side. You can see where the engines were placed back in 1967 when the plane was born, and where the engine is positioned today. Same fuselage, extended, lengthened, and you can see the position of the engine, how far out in the front it's positioned. Right. When you, if ever you have a design to do. And if you try to offset fallacies in core hardware design through the use of software, you have a fundamental problem right there, right? You're compensating for a real problem by offsetting it with software and hoping it'll work, right?
Absolutely.
So you can see the multitude of factors just right now. We talked about 5 or 6. There are more, by the way. So when all of this comes together, then you will see an incident happen. So any incident you go through, the Swiss cheese model always plays out. It doesn't have to be airplanes. You can, a car accident, if you fall outside tomorrow, a series of things came up. There's a piece of carpet that's jutting out by the bathroom. He was trying to glue it back together. If somebody isn't observing, if they're busy in a conversation and that carpet is sticking out, then you will fall, right? So you find that all of these situations, when you see perspectives come up, people are quick to react to what has happened. But adoption, if you ask me, I think should be slow regardless, so you can test it. Now, if you wait too long, you may miss the boat. You may, economically, fiscally, it may not be viable. Profitability is key, and everybody wants to be profiting. So that's why they create these designs. So one of the things that was said about Boeing was they were too much in a hurry to put the plane out there. Airbus was coming up, they wanted to compete, so we positioned the plane. Never one reason. It's easy to come to these conclusions, but it's never ever one reason that comes together. So it's a fine point you make. Adoption needs to be, it should be timely and absorbed at a pace when risk is mitigated. I'll close on this point. There's a study recently about customer acceptance. Passenger acceptance of any kind of technology anywhere inside the ecosystem of aviation. And the study was conducted by the University of Embry-Riddle, and then Scott Winter and Amy Hill put the study together. And you'll find that we ask people, would you fly on an autonomous airplane which can land and take off and land on its own? You'll find 6 factors that they've come up with amongst 530 participants, and they name out exactly the reasons why urban air mobility. We're talking of air taxis, right? You can land off the rooftops of a building and take you wherever, right? You've seen those videos on Airbus. And the acceptance levels are never what we can design. The acceptance levels are you willing to fly if you knew there's nobody in the front of the cockpit there, it's empty, and you're all sitting in the back there hoping it's going to go someplace and land on its own. It may have the capability. Will you fly? If one incident could make people think twice about getting on board the MAX, how likely is anyone going to be when you know there's nobody in the front and you're going to sit there and watch this thing go up and land on its own? Without the human in the loop, as we call it, quote unquote, the human in the loop, it's almost, at this point in time, unviable. It's not comprehensible to believe that autonomous aircraft are here, especially with what she said, with increasing traffic, with drones in the sky, with urban air taxis coming up, air mobility changing hands, drone delivery by Flipkart or Amazon or whoever, all these units taking the same airspace that you're going to be flying in. We are having a hard enough time with regulating drones from coming in the way of modern aircraft, right? Everybody's complaining. Too many drone operators, drones are up in the sky on landing and final approaches, posing risks to aircraft. So if we can't handle that, I think fully autonomous capability may exist technically, but is it something that people would accept? Acceptance levels right now are low. I'm glad it is low, because at least that forces us, technicians, not to put technology out there too fast for them to absorb or adopt.
Very impressive, fascinating response. Thank you so much.
Great question, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Any other questions?
Oh, we have one more question. We'll have the mic passed, yeah.
You're out of time, right?
Thanks much for the insights, sir. So as you touched upon the point that to bring any invention, or for that matter, to bring AI into the onboard avionics is going to be much tougher these days, because we have to do the STZs and we have to do TSOs, and the regulatory bodies are going to be, it's going to be tough. So we brought all those data to the off-board avionics, and we brought in all those AI into that aspects of iPad and other steps. That you also said that it is much more now in a distractive mode than in a more constructive mode. And your heads down time is also not going to get reduced. So what are those areas where we can dwell deep and understand, which can help you in bringing more kind of situational awareness when you are, as a pilot, when you are driving the flight, and also could reduce your distraction and could reduce your heads down time?
I think as humans, we have a limit on what we can remember. If you notice air traffic control communications, we break them down into 6 parts, 5 parts, or 7 parts at best. The normal human capability, you can take 4 things at any point in time. Research shows any beyond 7, you can't remember. If I tell you descend and maintain 6,000, turn right heading 260, that's all you can do. Now, if I gave you additional runway instructions as an air traffic controller, you'll have a hard time. That's why they break instructions down, because your capability to absorb it, retain it, and act on it while repeating it back to the controller is too much to do. So assistive AI, I think, is absolutely viable, right? Ensley's research on situational awareness actually guides this whole notion of how much tech where, so that it doesn't become distracting, but becomes more of an awareness item, right? There is a limit to that. Even the very things we believe are assistive, an iPad in the cockpit, can prove to be distracting if it failed. So the question of how much, I think, is a combination of two things. What do we want to supply within the cockpit? But how do we then build the discipline in pilots to make sure we don't get so distracted by it? That's totally dependent on the individual exercising self-control. It's hardly about what you have on board. So limiting technology, I don't think, is the answer, because you got to test it. At the same time, building the resilience in the human mind to say, I won't take care of this now, I'm going to come back, land and handle this, I'm going to still continue to fly. That discipline is what has become an issue today, because we're all so distracted anyway. I mean, these phones are here to distract us all the time. So distraction is the primary issue we are challenged with. I think as long as something is assistive, and so long as it's not taken away from your ability to comprehend and act on it, I think you're still okay. That's where the curves actually intersect. Beyond that point, it starts to position risk. But you're right about certification and all that. And I'm glad it takes that long, to be honest with you. It's almost an insurance of some kind that it takes that long. Otherwise, we technicians would be putting technology into the cockpit almost every day and hoping we can upload new software into the cockpit like we do into a Tesla, right? We don't want the airplane having new software every morning, in fact. So it's all right for supplemental devices to fail. That's a human-in-the-loop problem. But building assistance to enable awareness, situational awareness, such as synthetic vision. Night landings, and you can't see anything outside, fog, you can't see anything outside. To have synthetic vision come up on your display and demonstrate the runway, totally, computer vision is a beautiful concept. It allows you to do things you could never do. You could see where you can't see. So things like that, I think, are still helpful. Challenge will be the day that fails. She and I have talked about it. Can pilots really even then fly? They're so used to it now. Have they forgotten how to fly? It's a common question in aviation. As long as they can keep the skill alive, and it doesn't lead to degradation of skills, which was one of my questions to her, which I never got to ask her. How much automation at some point then leads to skill degradation, that I can't fly anymore because I'm so used to these devices being there? The day it fails, can I still fly? And the answer today is perhaps, perhaps not.
Thanks, Mish.
Thank you. Thank you so much to both of you for your patience and sharing your knowledge to all the members out here. I would like to welcome Mr. Venkatachalapati to kindly join us on the dais to present a memento and thanksgiving to CP Joyce and Divya Manchada. Thank you so much. We'll have one at a time forward. Let's take a picture. And can we have their goodie bags? Thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you so much, sir. And thank you so much, Mr. Venkatachalapati, for doing the honors. We'll have a hostess to help you with the baggage, sir. No worries. Yeah, thank you. So once again, we'd like to thank the audience for your patience, and I hope you had a great insight being today from the morning till now. Looking forward to see you all tomorrow. Our sessions would start from about 9:45 a.m. So request all of you to be here by about 9:30 a.m. That should be fine. Yep. I'll see you all around here tomorrow in the morning. Thank you so much and have a great evening. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye.